Пані та панове, прошу займати свої
Ladies
місця.
and gentlemen, please take your seats and
Повільно, але починати нашу
slowly but
конференцію.
surely we'll start our conference.
Хто не допив каву уже до
If you
кінця,
haven't finished your
в
coffee,
наступній перерві
you
вона
can do
буде
it
пропаде.
at the next coffee break. It will not disappear.
Так, я бачу шановних спікерів, це вже добре.
I can see our distinguished speakers. It is already a positive sign.
Вони, правда, не знають, що я їх буду ще мучити, ну, то ж таки.
They don't know I'm going to torture them going forward.
Так. Так. А наші колеги, які
Our
мають сказати
colleagues
слова, ще не
have to
повернулися,
make introduction are not back yet.
так? Вони пішли під каву. Окей,
They
прошу
are having
панство.
coffee. Ladies and gentlemen,
А де Черваков? О. Та от йдуть, вже йдуть, вже. Да. Угу. 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 Так. Так, ну ми всі зібралися. Доброго дня.
we are all back. Good morning, good afternoon. We start our annual conference, traditionally
В перших числах вересня.
conducted in the beginning of September. We start the conference because September is not only
Вересень не завжди
the year of school.
початок пленарних засідань.
September is not always the start of plenary sessions. Now the Parliament of Ukraine works in extraordinary regime. September is traditionally the beginning of the new seasons in the media. However, the media landscape changed. We'll discuss it today.
Мене звуть Ігор Складай.
My name is Igor Skladai. I'm Deputy Director of the Center of Democracy and Rule of Law.
Моє альтер ім'я,
My
хто знає,
alter name on Facebook, Mr. Rozban,
в соціальних мереж ми про це теж десь може згадаємо.
will discuss this on the social media.
Конференція називається «Доброчесні
Our
медіа, як
conference is
демократію в цифровому
media integrity, how to safeguard democracy in digital world. So the topic is very wide, but media is the
і в тому числі
backbone of democracy, including the public media, which is special backbone of democracy.
великі панелі.
Today we'll have two big panels, and at panel one, we are going to discuss
Медіа і як їх
the media and
вживати, чи
how
вживати,
to
чи
survive
вживати
or survive together or fight
моральний курган.
or
В контексті штучного інтелекту
dig the grave in the context of artificial intelligence that all of you have on their phones, and maybe several, maybe 10 AIs.
Про етичні проблеми,
We'll
про
discuss
взаємодію
ethical problems, interaction with big tech, and
при всьому цьому зберегти
how to preserve
якісні новини
high quality news and high quality content,
довіри аудиторії,
and the trust of the audience in the media and not in Telegram channels.
новини, тому що
Our
у нас є
hottest news are coming from anonymous sources in presidential administration, as they're telling us news 24/7.
Ми трошечки затягуємо спочатку, це не тому,
Our beginning was delayed. It's not because of lack of discipline, but you know that recently there was tragic events related to Andrei Parubi, and
депутати
the members of parliament had to bid farewell to this extremely important person for Ukraine.
і сьогодні є пленарна
And today's plenary session in the parliament, maybe we'll ask Yaroslav Yurchyshin if the MPs opens on the openness of broadcasting in the parliament, which is very important for all of us, especially for the media.
перед тим, як дати
And before I pass the floor for introduction, I would like us to thank
і кожній
everyone
зараз боронить
who is defending our country from Russianism, from
пухлини,
the
яка
cancer tumor destroying democracy, not only in Ukraine, but
цікаву книгу і
I'm reading an interesting book on special ops, so the main intelligence units of Russia on the Russian election in 2016. It's another reminder that unpunished evil always goes back, and unfortunately, but however, we survived for the year 12. We're fighting this evil, and every day at Hryshchatyk Street we see the convoys bidding farewell to our deceased defenders. So let's thank them with a moment of silence, and let's celebrate our media colleagues who unfortunately are not with us any longer.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Для відкриття конференції
To open the conference and for introduction and possibly some wishes or dreams, let us make introduction not just formality, but let's make it interesting. I invite the head of the Office of Council of Europe, Mr. Mashtabna,
висловити вступні слова.
to
Прошу, пане.
make the words of introduction, please.
Thank you very much. I will give you a minute to put your headphones if you need them, because I will be speaking in English, unfortunately, today. Or is there translation? No.
Якщо комусь треба переклад, будь ласка,
If
візьміть
you need interpretation, please pick up your headsets. And before we start, quick comments before I pass the floor. Just a quick technical announcement. We are located in a safe shelter. We don't need to run anywhere. We work here in this room.
Але дуже велике прохання.
However, a request, please do not publish the photographs. I know you like Instagram threads and other media. Before 16 o'clock you can make photos, but not publish photos. All photos made by our photographers will be published in real time. We have QR code here, we have agenda and photographs, you can enjoy them right now, but until 4 o'clock, please do not publish your photos in the media. If there's a threat of nuclear threat, I will give you advice where to go. It's about 20-30 minutes walk. And now, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this important information, and it's really good to be here with you today, dear colleagues, dear friends, distinguished participants. As we represent an organization that has been working with Ukraine for already quite a number of years, I would like to stress the importance we attach to the issue of the freedom of the media and the issue that we are going to discuss today during this conference. But allow me to start by thanking our partners from the Верховна Рада, from Суспільне, but also from the OSCE, whose representatives are sitting at this opening with us and have been our long-standing and reliable allies in the Council of Europe fulfillment of our mission in Ukraine. Dear friends, in today's rapidly evolving digital environment, safeguarding the integrity of the media is essential for the protection of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, which are, by the way, the three pillars of our organization. I would like to reiterate a message delivered on numerous occasions. The Council of Europe remains committed to supporting Ukraine in building an independent, pluralistic, and resilient media landscape. This task has become even more important and relevant in the context of the ongoing Russian war of aggression. What we have to deal with now is an information battlefield, where truth is often targeted just as much as its territory. In such a volatile environment, Ukrainian media outlets play a crucial role. They inform citizens, counter disinformation, but also document war crimes and provide the international community with verified, on-the-ground reporting. The Council of Europe is an organization attaching the utmost importance to the rule of law and hence to the adequate legal framework. In this context, we work very closely with the Ukrainian media sector to facilitate the implementation of the relevant norms and standards contained, for example, in the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, the 2022 legislative acts on the regulation of online intermediaries, the Digital Service Act, and the Digital Markets Act, as well as the European Media Freedom Act, which entered fully into force, by the way, very recently, on the 8th of August of this year. Through our activities, including the project called Safeguarding Freedom of Expression and Freedom of the Media in Ukraine, the Council of Europe supports a wide range of initiatives aimed at strengthening freedom of the media, freedom of expression, and overall quality of journalism. Our efforts include legal support, the development of strategic documents for media reform in line with European standards, countering disinformation and propaganda, promoting media literacy, and building institutional capacity through regional forums, international conferences, such as this one, and peer-to-peer exchanges. Our work also supports the implementation of key legal instruments such as the Council of Europe Convention on Artificial Intelligence, another very topical and important issue, very relevant in the days and the challenges which we have to deal with today. We actively promote the adoption of the anti-SLAPP standards, so important for the daily work of journalists, which protect the journalists and media professionals from abusive litigation aimed at silencing their voices. The Council of Europe is actively involved in promoting the co-regulation of the media environment in line with the leading democratic practices. We supported the establishment of the 5th co-regulatory body for print media, and we continue to provide expert assistance in developing internal regulations and operational documents for this and other co-regulatory bodies. Moving to another important element of the media landscape, the national public broadcaster, or Suspilne. We take pride in having been part of those who have contributed immensely to the setting up and the establishment of Suspilne in January 2017. And let me tell you that in our view, Suspilne plays an indispensable role in delivering unbiased, reliable, and pluralistic information across the regions of Ukraine, serving as a cornerstone of democratic society. And the Council of Europe continues to support the strengthening of its institutional framework and editorial independence, helping to develop strategic policies and documents that improve content production in line with our standards. It is essential that a long-term, predictable, and sustainable funding mechanism for the national public broadcaster be established in line with international best practices and Council of Europe standards. This requirement is clearly outlined in the key legal instruments, including recommendations of the Committee of Ministers. We therefore encourage Ukrainian authorities to establish such a clear and sustainable funding mechanism for Suspilne. Supporting the public broadcaster is an investment in Ukraine's democratic future and social cohesion. It simply contributes to building a more resilient and modern society. I thank all the organizers, the speakers and participants for their commitment to advancing media integrity and democracy in Ukraine. Let us use this meeting as an opportunity to share knowledge, foster new ideas, and strengthen partnerships, ensuring the digital world becomes a space where democracy, freedom of expression and of the media are secured and protected. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дякую сердечно за велолітню спадщину зі сторони Ради Європи. І прошу до слова
Thank you for speech from Council of Europe. Now we invite Ambassador Peter Marish, Special Representative of the OECD Chairmanship.
Thank you very much. It's a real honor. Well, all the politicians are starting their speeches saying that it's an honor and pleasure to be here or there, but I do mean it, because this is a conference which is connected directly with the key issues why we are here in Ukraine. Let me start, as well as Maciej did, with thanking those who participated in organization of this meeting. It's Council of Europe, our most probably biggest ally here in Ukraine in our efforts. It's a Center for Democracy and Rule of Law, Humanitarian and Information Policy Committee of Verkhovna Rada, and Suspilne. We are meeting here at the moment when discussion which is going to be led here is being led all over the world. These issues you mentioned before are challenges for all the media all over the world. But there is a specific in this country, naturally. You're facing all these dangers, all these threats, all these challenges in a situation of war, in the situation of bloody invasion by the much bigger neighbor. And this is giving to your conclusions, to your positions, a special meaning. If you're able to continue keeping the democratic, open, and Dobročesní media, you will be an extremely important example for the world that it is possible. Because, well, you know, we are in the period of world history when the key questions are being asked. Is there any truth? Is there any reliable position? Is there any authority? All these questions has to be answered all over the world. But Ukraine is in a very special position to try to answer them in a very convicting situation. Suspilne, Ukraine became during the last years probably the most powerful symbol of democratic resilience in Europe. Symbol based on the fact that Suspilne is all over the country, that is reaching into region. And at the same time, it's keeping the high level of reliability and high level of frankness and openness. And this is a big argument in favor of Ukraine, in favor of European future of Ukraine. We organized a visit of OSCE ambassadors from Vienna to Kiev. It's 3 months ago, 4 months ago. These diplomats, they are actually deciding about the financial support for our program here in Ukraine. And we wanted them to introduce the real situation in Ukraine, because they are sitting in Vienna and reading newspapers, watching TV. So we wanted them to be confronted with Ukrainian reality. And one of the most impressive experience they were bringing back to Vienna was meeting with Ukrainian media. We organized a bit smaller meeting than we are gathering here today, and we asked our Ukrainian colleagues to be completely frank, to talk about problems in politics, even to talk about problems on the highest level. And you know, the ambassadors were listening with their mouths open. They couldn't believe that it's possible. So, and when they left the meeting, I was telling them, you see, this is Ukraine. This is the difference between many other countries. Could you imagine, even in some of the member states of the European Union, such an open and frank discussion? Well, not in all of them. So this is one of the big opportunities for Ukraine. The other one, and it's not an opportunity, I would describe it as a duty. Disinformation, systematic, perfectly financed and very well organized disinformation is coming from one source, and it's in Moscow. It's spread all over Europe, all over the world. You can follow the stories, how they are published in Poland, Czechia, Canada, you can name it. And you are in the best position to fight it. If you prove that Ukrainian media are reliable, that they are Dobročesní media, you can be the main corrector of this disinformation campaign. It means it would serve not only to Ukraine, it would serve the world around, all around the world. So I wish you the best possible success. You will not answer all the questions today, naturally. I'm sure we will be leaving this room with most of them being still open, but I hope that we will hear ideas how to deal with these challenges. I hope that we will share, all of us, one commitment to ensure that media integrity, media safety, and media independence remain at the heart of Ukraine's democratic future. And if they do, they may remain at the center of democratic future of Europe. Thank you.
Моцно дякую. І до вітальних слів тут такий хороший місточок вийшов.
Now I invite for the welcoming speech head of the Суспільний Ukraine Managing Board, Mr. Микола Чернотицький. Микола, the floor is yours.
М'ют, там внизу м'ют перемкнути. Ну, є?
Так працює. Всіх вітаю.
I welcome you all.
Не буду говорити за честь бути присутнім.
I will not speak that it's an honor for me to be present here. I will say I'm glad to see you all. Recollecting the conference that we had last year, we'll review what has happened for the time that passed and where we are now. I want to thank our partner for the support that they are providing us for development of our company, that we can develop and survive to the end of the war. Back in 2022 and 2023, due to this support, we have enhanced our position in the market of documentary films, educational content, and the video that covered atrocities of Russian Federation in Ukraine. European Commission in its report noted political unbiasedness of Suspilny. We're very proud of that and will continue working. Due to colleagues from European Broadcasting Union, the content that we developed is spread in the channels of European broadcasting media. Through the program European Perspective, we get great number of views. This is an important element to record and to disclose all crimes that are committed by Russians during the war. I want to thank all our staff for very hard work in the field, at night, in very dangerous conditions. Representatives of regional media here, I want to thank them. These are the people, they are working 24/7, doing this job for years. What helped us not to lose people and to preserve our staff, we could raise salaries at the regional branches because they were lower than at the market, and for that I am thankful to government and parliament of Ukraine. Thank for increasing financial support. We hope for further dialogue and conducting reforms. I think
В законі, але стосовно бюджету,
in the
тому
time of
ми
war, the
регулюємо,
proform
що ми
included
готові
in the law maybe will not be
формулі,
used, but we are ready to work according to formula. 0.2 of the budget. That will be about 3 billion hryvnias of the budget. Even in that case, today we signed what are our needs for 2026. It will be 2.6 billion. And we are hoping to get support from the Ministry of Finance and government and parliament. Last year we spoke a lot about co-production. We have started co-production projects. We have already 4 contracts signed, others have been signed. Some of them are launched already. If you have seen the film Goodbye Alaska, you have time to see it. We need additional resources for that. Today we shall speak about other things. What response should media do to counter the negative impact? How should we give safe and reliable educational content to children and young people? We would be glad to hear your opinion. So please watch, read and look Суспільне, and don't forget to subscribe and put like, comment, etc. as YouTube users. And now we shall have inspirational speech by a person who was born in Kiev and lived here for some time, person who knows what disinformation is, knows how harmful it is, a person whose last book is on my table but still packed, but I know that this book is about World War II. And you know, even at that time, a lot of technologies like that were used. And the person who the book is about British broadcasting. Broadcaster, how they counted disinformation. So please, we shall listen to Peter Pomeranchev. Let us welcome him.
Hi, everybody at the public service media conference in Kiev. I wish I was there. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in London at the moment. I just wanted to say a few words about the importance of public interest journalism, of public service broadcasting in a time of war. Actually, my last book is about another war, about the Second World War. But I think it has some insights about the role of your work right now in the Russo-Ukrainian war. So at the start of the Second World War, the BBC, the British public service broadcaster, faced a very important decision. Should they tell the truth about British losses on the front to the British public? Customarily, public media, state media, don't tell their own people everything that might be going on because it could undermine morale, for example. But at the start of the Second World War, the BBC decided that they would tell the British people about what was going on because while the risk of undermining morale was great, the much greater risk was losing trust, was losing that connection with the people that could be exploited by the enemy, by the Nazis in this case. And the Nazis were trying to do that. They were launching huge amounts of propaganda, both overt and covert, at the British, aimed at undermining trust in the British government, undermining trust in the BBC, saying that the British government and the BBC weren't giving the full facts about the war to their own population, and also trying to create these kind of fake British voices that were complaining about the war. Obviously, Russian propaganda is doing something very similar today inside Ukraine, using both covert and overt methods to undermine trust in the government, trust in the media, trying to claim that they are giving voice to the unsatisfied parts of society. And that's a huge challenge for public service media. In the Second World War, the BBC tried to respond by firstly telling the truth about what was going on the front, but also by including all the parts of society so that they could have a place where their voice was heard. I think Suspilne faces a very similar challenge today. How does it ensure that there is trust to good sources of information? How does it ensure that all parts of society feel listened to, that the various complaints that people might have around mobilization or other issues is articulated within a public sphere, within a space where the country can debate, disagree, come to common conclusions, deal with facts, but in a space that is also cohesive and maintains the integrity and sovereignty of the nation. That's the challenge that you face, and it's a very, very complicated one. It's not an easy one. How do you find that balance between facing up to reality, robust debate, and cohesion? And it really has to be seen as a national security issue. Yeah, if you get this wrong, it really allows so many advantages for Russia to undermine Ukraine and to undermine ultimately its defense and the defense of Europe. So, you know, for all those who support Suspilne, this isn't just a luxury. This isn't some sort of backing of independent media for the sake of it. We have to see public service media as a critical part of national security, which often means being ready to have a space where you can criticize the government. That is one of the paradoxes of defense. Self-criticism is essential to security, and the organizations that do that, like Suspilne, have to be supported in order to maintain this. Thank you very much. I wish I was there with you, and have a very productive day.
Я тепер відчуваю, що в книгарнях дуже швидко розберуть його книгу.
I feel that the book of Mr. Pomerantsev will be bought out very quickly. When there was a boom of Gemini, GPT, and others, there were traditional fears that journalism will disappear as a profession. I had a skeptical approach to it. Maybe through my life, I saw many periods like that. Maybe you remember what happened at the beginning of 2000, that many sites, domini.com, appeared. And this story ended that it broke. Construction bubbles burst. Everybody first rushes in it, and then you understand that things are not so easy. With artificial intelligence, we are approaching the same situation when a lot of editions will disappear from the market. Only the highest quality will stay, and they will become our daily helpers. And if you look at social media, most images are generated by AI. In this context, I'm very skeptical to the idea that this profession will disappear. Of course, journalist profession will change, but you will never get away from the things that have been developed for years. One of them is quality news. Yes, you can edit the text, you can change it a little bit, but you cannot get away from news. Whatever our Telegram channels would like to have. I would like to invite to this stage Christina Gavriluk, Chief Producer of News Broadcasting at Суспільне, who will tell us how they work in new conditions. Maybe something has changed, or maybe nothing has changed very much. And even if we have AI, still we must preserve our journalists. Christina, the floor is yours.
Всім привіт.
I welcome you all.
Мало бути відео, вімкніть його, будь ласка. Дякую.
There should be video now, please.
Питання.
The question.
Вони створюють хвилі на воді.
They are creating the waves on the water. Don't keep us quiet.
Нестерпніше лише тиша після.
What is unbearable is the silence afterwards.
Тягуче чекання, яке ставить тебе на паузу.
The long waiting that puts you on the pause.
Здогадок.
Provokes different guesses.
Спокушає.
Tempts you.
Та правда любить терплячих.
But Ruth loves people who are patient.
Суспільне новини.
Суспільне
Тільки
news.
верифіковані новини.
Only verified news.
Можна вмикати презентацію. Насправді
Now you can turn on my presentation. Of course, I am nervous speaking after Peter Pomeranchev. He emphasized the things that we in our editorial board are thinking over every day. How to ensure voices a very different group of peoples in the time of war. This is the key objective of Суспільне. And do it while keeping trust to our news. How to find the balance between safety and security, or being silent or something and not being silent. We are working on that every day. And this is the challenge for all public broadcasters. But it is unprecedented at the time of full-scale invasion. I show you results of surveys that we conducted. Суспільne's audience is growing compared with last year. We preserve trust to our news. It is at a level of 80%. People who consume our news, 80% of them trust us. Telegram channels were mentioned here as sources. This is a quick clickbait content. But for us, trust is a key indicator. KPA is nevertheless providing clear figures. Figures that I'm reporting about, that companies reported. In the course of the first half a year, 4.7 million of unique users on the site Суспільне Media. 100 million people, 100 million views YouTube channels per month.
каналів, які перевищують 100 тисяч. У нас є YouTube
Number of regional channels, viewers is more than 100,000. These are YouTube channels that can compete with the national media. General number of subscribers in news social networks, 11.6 million. I hope this year we shall achieve 20 millions. A share in Pershi is, this is a very simple chart, how we are working. In one place, we produce not only news, but only conversational programs. We have big regional network all over the country. We have production staff, technical team, but I decided to show only this part of editorial board that is producing content, is not visible to the audience. Суспільне news work is not based on TV reels that happened many years ago. In the morning, news are coming. We are working based on the principle of discovery. This is the model that we borrowed from BBC, but used on our conditions. It provides that there is news coming to one editorial center and then is spreading to all platforms that we are servicing. Site, YouTube, social networks, news on Ukraine, Radio Pромінь, Перший channel, Суспільна студія project in Persia. There is a separate part that is working autonomously and content produced for European or American audience. This is the content that I shall describe in more detail later. To put things simple, there is a group of journalists that is working on this news, on this topic, focusing at production of TV story or report that anybody in the newsroom can develop it for all platforms. Regional network. I believe that this is the most competitively attractive part of the market. In every city, we have teams. We have 22 branches. If to put it in the form of the scheme, this is the first one. Branches are enlarged hubs. There is a group that is mentoring the work of the bureau. Both in the bureau and in the center, local journalists are working. So we have Chernihiv as center of production that is working with Poltava and Sumy on special projects, helping to develop the people who are working there. They can come and help doing something if it is a big premiere of national scope. We have minority languages projects in Odessa, for instance, in the coordination center. We have people who produce programs that are provided in Uzhhorod, in Odessa, in Chernivtsi, for national communities, preparing projects and news for them. In general, we try to achieve this figure about 700 staff members that are engaged in informational broadcasting. But without technicians and engineers, we would not be able to produce all that. What is the main task of teams in the regions? Not to produce news for regional branches. The main task is to service your community that live in the city.
We have web pages and YouTube channels which exceed the population numbers in the regions. We're happy about that. As national media, it's important for us that we can contribute some stories from communities to the central level, from cities, from towns, from oblast centers, and raise them to the national level through our day-to-day interaction. On the daily basis on the website of Spільноти we issue about 350 to 400 news. Lion's share are regional news, and our news reports on TV, about 50%, are related to regions and life in the regions. This is very important for us to have the opportunity to stay in the regions, even in the cities and municipalities, which are quite dangerous. We preserve our presence, we work locally, we give the voice to the people staying there. International news. This year we had great event. We had correspondence overseas, partially through grant support, partially with our own efforts. Valeria Pashko started to work in Brussels. She works there for almost 1 year. Maybe have seen her materials. She worked on all negotiations and topics related to Euro integration and potential opening of clusters, how we're preparing for this, and also NATO topics. Also, we had a correspondent in Washington, Tatiana Kozareva, works for us in Pentagon and State Department. She asked a question to President Trump at the meeting with President Zelensky when I looked at Trump's inauguration. And so then I watched it and I was listening to statements, and I followed this point of new administration in the United States. My first idea was we need a person to work in Washington, and we found a way how to set it up. Hopefully next year we'll continue this work in Washington. Over the first half year we worked in 20 business trips overseas. We covered all rounds of negotiations with Russian delegation in Saudi Arabia, in Turkey. It is clear that we covered inauguration of Trump. Also, in addition to these topics, we tried to cover other important topics related to events globally, human rights. We visited Syria. We covered wildfires in California. One of the recent important business trips is the meeting of Putin and Trump in Alaska. We also were present there. These are some examples of content we produce thematically for all platforms, not only YouTube or TV. We cover domestic policy, not just international policy, and a great part of our work is covering political processes in Ukraine. We produce many materials on occupied territories. Actually, we are one of the leaders among all the media working with Crimea, occupied part of Donetsk and Lugansk. There is an example of story that became very viral. 18-year-old girl who left Donetsk. Despite 10 years of living there, despite her pro-Russian environment, she was dreaming to enter Ukrainian university. Many people shared this video. Presidential office was tagged with a request to help with Ukrainian passport. She's entering Ukrainian university and she has to start her education in September. Our material from Syria, our report from Syria, great part of efforts and resources are spent to cover the return of Ukrainian military to civilian life. It's about vet policy and stories of veterans. It is clear that the reports from the combat area is a huge part of what we're doing by regional teams and our special correspondents in Kiev. Also, we're doing many things. We are doing investigations in regions, including we have example Suspilne Chernigiv on how Ukrainian teenagers are recruited for submersion activities. This is a story how it is done blindly, but also we have reports of how Ukrainian citizens are used not blindly for submersive activity inside Ukraine. special reports that we issue at all platforms. There are special examples. Ukrainian audience is really interested in the Vatican, and we conducted 2 special reports on funeral of Pope and intronization of Pope Leo. We worked in the Vatican. Our correspondent from Brussels was able to travel there quickly. We had special reports on inauguration of Trump and meeting at Alaska. This is not just broadcasting with Ukrainian translation. This is immersion into the context, talking students and expectations of how this event can influence Ukraine. We have great amount of views of these international events at all platforms, regional projects. I already mentioned the system of hubs. There is another idea. The branches have to do more than news, although news is our key product. We produce, also we do different regional projects by topics. Each hub has its own area. Eastern Hub and with center in Kharkiv is focused on field work or UGC content from occupied areas. Hub with the center in Chernihiv deals with war crimes, judiciary, journalism, the number of crimes of Russian military committed in that area where they are located. Some examples are given here. Some reports have more than 1 million views on YouTube. This is very great news for us. We're happy that what was done by regional teams locally in their regions can have huge interest of the audience. Investigations. With the beginning of full-scale invasion, our small team of investigations focused on war crimes of Russia for objective reasons. You know their work. I hope what is important to mention. Great indicator of the effectiveness of this work. They name specific names of those who executed and those who led some groups of Russian military. For example, Cologne film, one of my favorites. You understand in what sense the team established the Russian military, Russian servicemen who created the regime of detention, the rules that were implemented in basement in Yagin, where they kept hundreds of civilians, and civilians died, some of them died. They named specific military, specific Russian servicemen responsible for establishing this regime, these rules, and they did this through the video of Russian. They found videos of Russian singers who travel or touring military units, and they found this Russian servicemen. Exchange of content. I'd like to have special emphasis on this. Spilno is part of European Broadcasting Union, and on a daily basis we exchange content which may be interesting to European and American broadcasters. This year we'll have a record in terms of number of uploaded materials and broadcasting sessions used by the broadcasters. In the first half year we gave away 1,200 reports for exchange. During all the year we had 1,600. This is not just operational videos and statements, these are just also stories. Stories we mentioned, we also upload them. 250 text stories through European Perspective project. You can see this at our website. There is a visit with news and materials of European broadcasters. Also our reports get into the widgets at the websites of Finnish, Estonian, Lithuanian broadcasters. Past 2,000 photographs to get see. These are not just photographs made by professional photographers. In our central office, I like a story when even a driver of Suspilny Kharkiv makes photos which are sold at Getty and then they're published by Financial Times or Newsweek. We're also very proud of this. Why I emphasize the exchange of content. It seems that interest to Ukraine may be declining because of other events globally, or taking into account the change of policy of presidential administration in the US. towards Ukraine. Every time I have heard statements, the Ukrainians believe that the Ukrainian president is legitimate or not, who started the war actually. It always seemed to us that it is important that we need to give voice to Ukrainians who will speak about this, and we use European Broadcasting Union, and this is a huge network of broadcasters to make the voice of Ukrainians heard. Our plans. We plan to expand by the end of the year, hyperlocal network by 50 correspondents, and now I travel in communities and look for people who can join us and our team. Then we will train them, we will work. We'll train them to work with us. We plan to launch digital studios with on-air broadcasting. We'll create 6 regional films investigations by the end of the year. We'll expand the team of content exchange. And as I mentioned, we plan the work of correspondence offices in Brussels and Washington. If our financing is okay in the next year, hopefully it will happen, and we'll continue the program of support for young journalists next year. Now, we started this program. We selected 3 young journalists based on the competitions, and the mentors during 3 months will work with different topics. First of all, those related to sensitive journalism, war reporting, and disinformation. These are 3 topics that were important for our colleague who died, paramedic Irina Tsibuk. Next year we also hope to involve the same number of laureates. Going forward, I hope that these people will be able to join our team and to work with us. And the last slide that Mikola asked me to make, maybe it should be called, do not call the chairman of the board if something is wrong. We have the system of internal monitoring at Spilne. It is a separate department which monitors everything we're doing and sends to me and to other colleagues the results of this monitoring. In addition, we are monitored from the outside. Everyone is reading the materials of the sector media. However, we also have several mechanisms of how you can apply to us to draw our attention to errors we're making. And all this information is available at our website. If it seems to you that the report of Spilne violates journalism standards, you can apply to editorial council, which will review your application. If you want to share with us some news, you can also apply to us. We are one of the few media outlets that made the button to complain on our materials to the Commission of the Journalism Ethics, which is separated from us, and they will review this application. You can also do that. We're always grateful for the comments, constructive comments, and we're open to discussions. That's it from me. Thank you. Thank you, Christina. A quick question. As our conference is related to artificial intelligence, your dream on AI, are you going to use AI in your work more to replace journalists? Yes, we already use AI. Yes, AI instruments are already used. At our website we have the policy how we're doing this, where this is acceptable and where it is not acceptable for us. You can also read it at our website. We follow this policy. On our dream, I don't have a dream about AI. It is just the instrument we use. My dreams are related to people, to humans. I'm looking for people in the regions and at the central level. We look for journalists who are ready to join our team. My dream is to preserve in Ukraine young people who can work in Suspilne or in other institutions and organizations which serve Ukrainian public, Ukrainian state. This is my dream. Many people dream about the same things and make efforts daily to make it possible. Thank you, Christina Gavriluk. And we move to our first panel. I'd like to invite to this auditorium, to this stage, Mr. Solomnik, head of Spilno Broadcasting and former head of Google Ukraine. Many people wanted to catch Evgeny Kravchuk, a member of parliament, deputy head of the Committee of the Parliament on Humanitarian and Information Policy. Mr. Mikhail Pezraev is invited to the chairman of the committee. Mr. Yaroslav Yurchishin, the chairman of the Committee on the Freedom of Speech. Mr. Alexander Barmagin, the head of the National Council on TV and Radio Broadcasting. And also we also have with us Michelle Rovelli, Director on Interaction and Communication of European Media Union, the head of Supervisory Boards of Svetlana Stanova, and Zakhar Partsuk, Operational Director of Kyiv Independent. Please take your seats, and before I start this panel, I'd like to mention we already had our greetings and introductions. To make sure our panel is imitating journalism standards, we also have Lex with us. And hello, Lex, please tell us, can AI and media be friends? Of course, I will tell you about this. Media and AI can be friends. They can become partners when media uses AI for automation, for improving the quality of content, and for fighting disinformation. They can help each other, and I presented this very well now. So he voiced it very well. Lex? Of course. This is the commercial version. Alex, you crushed. We're still listening to you. It seems we had small pause. I'm here, I'm present, I hear everything. I will voice my 2 minutes speech to media. It's artificial intelligence. It can be partners with media, provides high-quality data standards. It will help to automate the routine and to fight disinformation together. It's about cooperation and not competition. Okay, thank you. And we had to listen to AI, what it thinks about it. When we talk about this, on this panel, we'll talk about AI and media and big tech. And to discuss specifically about something, we need to understand what it is. We all know about AI. Fortunately, it's not yet intelligence. When it starts thinking, it is terrifying. Well, remember Terminator 3. When we talk about big tech, we mention entities which appeared not today. Once again, I'm a vintage person. I remember Scott Jobber and my first email on Yahoo. It was the end of the last century, and I was growing with all these platforms, GG and so on. And now we use 3 or more social media outlets, and we have a person with us who knows all this from the inside, and he can tell us what it is, what is big tech, in the correct understanding, not profane understanding, and where is it moving, especially after Cambridge Analytica, after conversion of tweets, great, nice tweets. I visited their office after it was converted into X, and the issue that we have these 4 regulations, this ADFA, ANFA, and TTP, and the last one, first Google and then Meta said, no, we'll not play with this. We ended up in a strange situation. We have huge, high-scale players. At the same time, often we don't understand how to live with them, because in these players, there is life happening which we live through, and there is no Facebook police, there is no Facebook National Council, there is no other institutions that can continue to protect our rights in this environment. So what is big tech, and where are we moving with big tech?
Алло, да, отак краще себе чую вже. Ну, дивіться, достатньо, може, так, знаєте, почну так з оптимізму.
I will start with optimism. The fact that I ran away from big tech, I'm with you, not with them. This is the trends globally. When you started the events, when you mentioned the crash of dot-coms at the end of 2000s, the end of 1990s, in the beginning of 2000s, and AI is close to this. I'm not sure about this. Even if the crash of AI happens, what's happened now, all these companies that we mentioned always, like Google, Facebook, and Twitter, the former Twitter and Apple, all of them appeared and became strong on the ruins of a dot-com bubble. So I can make a focus when the crash of AI happens on the ruins of AI. Something very high scale will appear, which may remind us of Terminator more than what we have now. So the progress cannot be stopped. Everything will change. What is present in global markets, use the things which appear, they will not disappear. They fundamentally change the approach and how we use everything around us, any information, any services. What is big tech? I will be frank, more frank than I used to work for big tech. There is a great definition. It's not my definition, but I like it. It's quite radical. Techno-feudalism. When technologies which had to develop democracy and capitalism to establish some new forms, more progressive forms of interaction, of information, financial, political powers, actually they copy fundamental feudalism principles when everything belongs to suzerain and vassals are doing everything he's saying. If we talk about Facebook police, Facebook regulatory board, Facebook prisons, all this exists. This is called trust and safety team, legal team, or GAP team. All they exist in these companies for a long time, and they use this and they live in their own world, in their own bubble. And frankly speaking, the main principles and the main objectives were always the only one objective, which was mentioned in many companies, not just the company I worked for, is maximize the shareholders' value, and it is the main objective for which most big tech companies exist. And this is our basis. Any innovation, any service is measured with money, it is measured with dynamics of the value of shares in the stock exchange, and the main moving force of any innovation, the main locomotive of any innovation is not to attempt to do something beautiful for humanity, but to increase the capitalization of the company, to increase the value of the company, to make sure people can afford more. I tried to be optimistic, but I failed. So, do we have hopes that we will find the formula when they can make money, but we will have a higher quality interaction than the one we have at the moment? I started making political slogans. I mentioned feudalism. Now I need to mention the political slogan that we need to unite. Like in the past, the workers united against capitalists, against the owners of factories, and this led to industrial revolutions and innovations, and this created a better social and economic system than feudalism. I believe that the only way, information is new money actually, at the moment the only way to find, to change, to find consensus and balance between what they need and what we need is to unite to establish prospects for our regulation, for self-regulation, how we use the services, how we interact with those companies, what we take, what we give, what we require back. This is similar to the strikes of workers at the factories in the old times, but approach should be the same. Looks like we have fun times ahead. I see that we have Ms. Evgenia Kravchuk joining us, and we'll try to strike the gender balance as much as possible in our male company here. Ms. Evgenia, your background was on both sides of barricades. You were in the media and production, now you are, for the year 7, now, or for 7 years, you are the member of parliament. Well, for 6 years. For 6 years and 7 days.
Ну, тим не менше, скажу, у нас уже рік за 2, по-моєму.
It seems like we count 1 year for 2 now. So, having both backgrounds, how do you evaluate the state of play between the media and AI and big tech? And can the state, can the government, and can the professional community of journalists change something? Do we need to ask someone for help, or do we need to dig our grave? Where are we at the moment? What's your take? You started with gender equality. This is punishment for me because yesterday I was at the panel with 5 female speakers and 1 male speaker, so this is the karma that balanced off. And to be serious about the topic, I listened only to the last speaker in terms of technological companies. What I believe, what seems to me, in terms of personal experience, when I worked in documentary production or journalism, it was so long ago that we haven't felt the impact of big tech at that time. Once again, if we talk about AI, no doubt the media should use AI. However, it should be based on some rules. There should be self-regulation, which is allowed and which is not allowed, should be defined, which is incorrect. To give some examples, we need to use AI for correcting texts, for structuring texts, for translation. Frankly, I dream when all media will use at least ChatGPT for checking the text, for proofreading text, because still it is visible that they save money on proofreading, especially SMMs and so on. We need to use this. This will facilitate financial position of the media company. This will increase time, useful time for creative work. And I'm sure that in the next years, AI will not replace creative work. I'm not ready to give AI. I am not ready to give interview to AI assistant. We should have trust. Not talking about off record. There are some genres. If this is news feeds, news from some exclusive content can be written using AI, but someone has to generate this exclusive content. What is the obstacle? What is harming us? It is the use of AI, generated pictures, photographs, to illustrate some crimes of Russian Federation, some shelling, some air raids. This is shared emotionally by the users of platforms. Children crying on the ruins and so on. However, this gets into the media, and this will be used by the enemy, because they will say that, look, Ukrainian journalists are using AI-generated photographs. It never happens. Unfortunately, we have many illustrations from life which should not be generated or modified. Moreover, we have photo reporters who have to receive royalties or have to refer to the media doing these photos. You mentioned different camps over the recent years working in the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe. I had the chance to meet the big tech platforms, work on resolution on gender stereotypes in the media, including not only media but platforms of joint access. And over the last half year, I met, especially in Dublin, I met one of the key players, including this context are interesting to us, on Meta and TikTok. By the way, TikTok hired in Dublin, they have 5 stories, 5 floors, 5,000 people working in one of the floors. It's just lawyers.
I ask, why do we have so many lawyers? They say, we must have lawyers in order to respond to big tech. They created a special department on cooperation with the government, parliament, etc. We had a wonderful idea to ask Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, while Ukraine is not a member of EU, we cannot find umbrella, how to regulate these things, that they represent our interests. Unfortunately, and Mikita can confirm it, when we were in Lithuania meeting colleagues from Profile Committee with Disinformation Center, they said to us, well, big tech don't listen to us very much as well. I see options of cooperation through Ireland. In Dublin, many big tech companies are registered. The regulator who is dealing with personal data has huge work, and many fines are planned for this year. They have coordinating role for other EU countries, but not only. They are open to cooperation. What we need to have someone who is responsible for cooperation with platforms, because we do not understand who must communicate. Everybody is doing it. Center on countering disinformation, Ministry of Digital Transformation writes it on their issues. Many organizations, but we must decide who is the focal point on communication. Yes, part of problems could be resolved through communication. Say, we have Ukrainian legislation, law on media. We realize that you have your own rules, but for us it is a criminal offense, and we don't want to have this content in our territory. Sorry for speaking not very optimistically. Europe is facing counteraction with United States in the context of big tech, because Europe don't have big tech. European Union at a big Riviera Global Museum, but they didn't manage to give birth to a company who deal with big tech, be a big national transboundary organization, including social platforms. We have American, have Russian, have Chinese, but don't have European. As regards regulation of AI within EU itself, a lot of criticism comes that Europe doesn't want to regulate. They don't want innovations, only regulations. Therefore, to some extent, I share the decision of Ukraine government to delay implementation of AI until 2027. Therefore, we shall see this attack on the DSA will end with attack on public politicians. Anyway, being in the war, I think Ukraine has the right to defend more strictly against the platform. We still have it ahead.
і Ярослава бачила. Вони там є, не буду забирати.
Nikita and Ruslan are there. They will speak on that more.
Якщо бути відвертими, то тільки Франція
Speaking openly, only France managed to do it.
притиснути, а те, що стосується там
But not
дитячої
push through
продажу наркотиків і так далі.
disinformation in general, but only child photography and drugs. We should prepare Ukraine legislation for implementation of directives. While Ukraine is not a member of EU, we don't have contradictions yet.
Дуже дякую. Насправді тут
Thank you very much indeed. There were questions mentioned that I wanted to ask Mikita, but it's not bad, on the contrary. Thank you for your opinion, for attempt to communicate with Dublin. It is very important for Ukraine. Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe resolutions are also very important because Council of Europe Assembly is a kind of legislator in Ukraine and remains. Mikita, now I have a question to you. This message about war, Europe and USA, if you look at development of internet, SafeNet, transferred through the board back in 1995. But very soon legislation was adopted in USA that introduced mediator concept. Later, other law comes that removes liability in sphere of copyright. So making these amendments, USA, even before Facebook appeared, they are developing the rules that allowed them to grow very quickly and to cover the entire world. But Europe has a bit different paradigm. Article 10 of European Convention that provides for some limitation of freedom of speech if there are some legitimate interests. We are in the situation when most of big techs are American. From beautiful California, and as I had a joke, they have Colibri, but we have Calibers. They live in different paradigm. Shall we try to talk to USA, trying to find common points, or try to form a European coalition and get prepared to the first world cyber war? How to find mechanisms that the countries will not lose sovereignty. It was said quite correctly. You also are telling that especially small countries, they remain unprotected. My experience shows that I was helping Czech Republic to renew the embassy in Ukraine on the Facebook. It was a pleasure for me to help them, but it's not okay from the point of view policy and sovereignty of the state. You being a politician, head of committee in parliament responsible for that, what would you do and where should we move to? And please keep to the time limit. That request comes not only to you, that everybody can speak during this panel. In my case, it is especially important comment, because for me as a politician it's difficult to answer. First, we are at the crossroad. What to do is clear. Either you implement quite strict regulation up to blocking, or you follow a different path, and then you find some solutions how to fight for your interests, how to fight within. This crossroad causes a very simple choice. Either we are fighting with social platforms or we are fighting within social spaces, on the social platforms. That's it. One should not think that there could be other alternatives. Then I will be forced to make a step backwards and say, in principle, humanity socialized numerous different phenomena. I don't know whether our colleagues know. The ancient Egyptians believed that it's bon ton to drink beer so much that you start vomiting. There are historical messages about that. That was life habit of those people. But that doesn't mean at all that all Egyptian civilization was ruined because of that. But they were drinking that much beer. They socialized this beautiful beer, and we do not abuse it. The English, at the start of Industrial Revolution, when Holland dynasty came to power, almost got drunk as logs, because together with King William, they received a technology of producing very cheap gin. And England that became, industrial capital. Even 3 years, children were given a bit of gin for them to sleep better. But it was like a bad plague. They lost thousands of lives. But nevertheless, they survived, and they are what they are, because they have socialized even this innovation. Today, remembered, was uprising against machines. In England, Luddites were breaking machines, machine tools. Again, people learn how to socialize industrial equipment. Of course, the Coral troop, King's troops were shooting at people who did it. But that was not the reason of success, but people accepted. But the northern peoples of Russia became dead drunk, and they were colonized. If they have got dead drunk, all of them, we would not have the problem with the war now. But unfortunately, not all of them did it. The only problem that we have now, there is certain number of technologies that have not been socialized, although it's also a disputable issue. Radio brought Nazis to power. Was it possible to socialize Nazis and fascists? No. The world had to fight against it with weapons in hands. We have not adopted the law on fascist ideology of Russia. It is not able to be socialized. What is happening in social networks? What is it? It is an ecosystem for growth of ideologies ruining for the world. If yes, then our reaction should be no. If this is an ecosystem in which, as colleagues said, we can agree between ourselves. By the way, the answer to Luddites' movement was creation of trade unions, not immediately. That was the answer, to create professional trade unions. Either we are learning how to resolve challenges that they face jointly and work together and find the solutions, or then you should follow by way of prohibitions. I don't know which way is correct. Being the head of the committee of my colleagues, we do not know the answer. We are developing some draft laws. But as regards some draft laws, we got negative response from Council of Europe colleagues present here. There are no single answers. Discussion is needed. Therefore, our two committees, I'm finishing, are working on that. And I hope by end of autumn we shall convoke big international conference in Kiev and invite the people who are dealing with fight with disinformation and manipulation in different countries. First of all, who has serious approach in it. It's not happening in every country. To bring together politicians, to have political dimension, to bring together public broadcasters, that we have media dimension on the as a basis, and to conduct serious discussion for 2 days. And I have requested OSCE office in Kiev and embassies. Earlier, you could go to American embassy and ask, please give us some financing. Now it cannot happen. It is a separate conversation. But the lack of proper coordination between European countries in this sense, I'm not feeling that. What I see, great efforts are taken. I'm very thankful to them for that. So many regional near-front media have been rescued, but we do not see proper coordination. For our European colleagues can help us to create an ecosystem here. And based on our experience, to create such ecosystems in their country. I hope that we shall get support, and the embassies will provide us assistance, some international organizations, maybe private businesses will be willing to come here and share their experience. And we can organize such a big conference, to which I immediately invite you all if we manage to organize it. Because there is nothing easier but take the text, maybe negative conclusion of Council of Europe, bring it to committee. Many people have seen it, and vote, especially after tragic death of Andrei Parubey. I am sure I would submit it to Parliament for first reading and it would be voted for. But I don't think this is not a solution. Even after tragedy, what happened with Parubey, I'm not sure that we have good solutions. Therefore, we need a discussion, professional and profound discussion. If we decide that if we follow this way, strict defense, we have mechanism. I think by end of autumn, we shall get together and have a very serious professional discussion. Thank you, Nikita. It was a very good message. I also believe that as regards big tech, you should talk to them with concrete proposals and solutions. Sometimes they do listen to us. Not immediately, but we have some positive experience. And now I give the floor to Yaroslav Yurchyshin. In all big tech, we have two platforms that cause biggest concern: TikTok, because it covers young people, and Telegram, because this is the message from a kernel from certain services, and hence negative consequences. Recruitment of pensioners to buy some spoiled things, recruitment of children, disinformation, misrepresentation when they clone profiles of certain institutions, stealing contact, putting poisonous contact that our enemy needs. That undermines trust to media. They say, well, Telegram is saying truth, but others are censored. What to do with this ecosystem? With the platform itself? What to do with the people whom we know? We know who is behind popular Telegram channels. Will they continue being friends with media? Or maybe we leave and don't participate, or maybe Commission of Journalists, ASIC, must review its standards and add social network standards and AI standards. What to do? First, being a politician, I shall not give advice to journalists regarding ASICs. You will manage it yourself, I hope. It was established just for that. But I don't believe in professional solidarity. When talking about need of limiting Telegram, politicians who actively speak for closing Telegram channel, they are laughed at comments to Telegram itself. This is the simplest and cheapest system of disseminating information. Starting from mythical Greek times, people were not choosing the safest, but choose the easiest and then complain. There are certain dimensions that we should take into account. If talking about regulation, it's not regulation of network, but regulation of platforms. And to have regulation of platforms, we are a small market for them. We must get consolidated with our European partners. And our partners are not forced, yes, to get consolidated, neither by almost manually installed populist president in Romania. And the role of social media in this process was clearly indicated. Neither impacts in critical situations through social media, not only in period elections, but in the periods when society is more sensible to changing situation. The easiest thing when so-called anti-vax were activated. Russians, Trace is seen there, and not only, and Chinese as well. All that was followed, but it didn't come to the end. There are certain things that we must realize. First, if you start from those who are engaged in propaganda and disinformation, you talk to them in paradigm of freedom of speech, you have lost. They don't have any freedom of speech. Disinformation and propaganda, they have the objective to cheat you, tell a lie, and if we don't separate propaganda and information and freedom of speech, we lose. Russia and other totalitarian regimes use it. Therefore, we must introduce this separating line clearly. When we try to refute disinformation, we also lose. The idea is to get you engaged into discussion that should not have happened at all, because you should have a mechanism how to get verified information and how to get this idea. And here, AI could be a great solution or create even bigger problem. If we allow disinformation to remain at the level that it is now, then AI finally will produce to our children, will give this disinformation to our children as verified information. classical Goebbels speech, because AI will accumulate information which is in biggest number. Therefore, Russia is trying to disseminate it in mass scale. You get big number, and the bigger is the number, they work against. Here, big tech could be our partner, because in a toxic environment, and here I can recollect, after certain specific statements made by Elon Musk, people started rejecting X network. If to combat Telegram as Telegram, TikTok as TikTok, we have sanctional mechanisms, and they are effective. But a person wanting to be a president will hardly sign this decision of Council of National Security and Defense, although they had been ready for that previously. But we should work jointly. So instead of beer, we have European DCA, and we need active discussion. And we analyze this issue from different angles. What we have is ad hoc approach. I agree with Nikita that we must take European recommendation to the maximum extent. But nobody of our European partners takes responsibility to defend our state, to help our media this way or that way. We ourselves must defend ourselves. If for Europeans, counteracting propaganda in social media is not effective, and it impacts their election, for us is the question of survival of the country, and we can use more strict approach than esteemed European colleagues and colleagues from Council of Europe. For us, important is to survive. Since quite recently, we were saying goodbye to Andrei Parubi, who was killed during the day in the center of Lviv. I think, first of all, we must achieve survival, and let's speak about elements of development. Coming back to our main topic, AI, I truly believe that either it's the evil force who will harness AI, because neither Russia nor China do not introduce any limitations. Technologically, the West or the USA are winning, but that will not last long. What is important that the machine itself help us to separate bots, to fix networks of artificial influence. If we are able to identify and separate synthetics from true narratives that human beings created, what people created is under criminal code. What machine did, whom will you take to liability? There are many issues, and I'm thankful to Suspilna for raising these issues at conferences like that, at high level. In informational sense, we are at transitional period with even online, it is yesterday, online with AI, that is today. How we will work with it, what mechanism we should use. Maybe a few years later, we get together and not speak about Telegram at all. It's quite possible. Like Odnoklassniki and Kontakty, discussion changed within 2 years. It's very important to think far ahead. After application of the law on sanctions that nobody appealed against yet, when you ask Lex about the future, it would be good that we have this picture of the future, but not lacks offers us that. And here I agree that media will not disappear. Journalist profession will not disappear. I am not just optimism and self-comfort. It's reality. Recently, I was at inauguration of first course of journalist department of Shevchenko University. Number of students enrolled every year is growing. For us, important is that having positive data, survey data, to start thinking what journalists will be like tomorrow. Talking about ethical standards, Roma Kifluk said a very good thing. Media must propose what good things people want to see tomorrow. Together with AI, it's possible to do it if we do not hide in the house waiting that somebody will do it instead of us.
Thank you, Yaroslav. It's a great wish to our colleague who was waiting for a long time online, listened to our discussion, Ms. Michelle Roverly. And I will ask her questions which resonate with what was mentioned before on our future.
Okay, and I have two questions, and one of them is we have a rise for many years, frankly speaking, a rise of different media like YouTube, Vimeo, TikTok, Reels, and so on and so on. And a lot of European taxpayers, frankly speaking, they asked it in before, but now especially, why I need to pay money for public service media, because I can open any browser, any AI, or any other apps and find those content I want free of charge, or I can subscribe, for example, Netflix for €5 per month and watch thousands of films and so on and so on. Why I need to pay for public service media? And this is my first question: how to pose such narrative, such arguments, and how we can find proper argument for people that yes, you have a lot of free of charge content or cheap content, but the role of public service media is a little bit different. It's the first question. And second, it's about previous speakers mentioned about role of communication and negotiation or any type of presence media in social platform, because frankly speaking, social platform affect media. And what I see, for example, the biggest challenge is satire, which is saved by a lot of decisions of European Court of Human Rights, but in platforms satire, frankly speaking, impossible. And we have example when one famous media was in 4 months shadow, it's not shadow ban, it's down rate, just for collection of jokes from other social platforms and people joking about Prigozhin and his right to Moscow. And my question, what EBU do in this direction? Can we find some, especially for example in the context of Article 18 of ENFA, which says that media can show state for social platforms that they are media, and they have these specific rules which protect them on social media. Please tell us about EBU and about these challenges for public service media in Europe.
Well, first of all, thank you for this important question. And again, I would like to also thank my Suspilne colleagues for giving me the opportunity and giving you the opportunity to speak at this important event. And thank you also to our distinguished guests in the room and online for their very interesting input so far. Some of you in the room, I hope not many, but some of you in the room might not know what the European Broadcasting Union is or does. So we are the largest organization, international organizations of public service media, representing public service media in more than 56 countries with more than 110 members. And Suspilne is a very important and valued member of the EBU and very much engaged in the EBU. Well, the question you asked me is a difficult one, because again, why should I pay a tax or a fee, or whatever we call it, for traditional public media, if I understand your question, when I can watch YouTube for free and subscribe to a vast content library? I think, especially now, and who more than you in the room can tell me, that what we're paying for here, again, is not a tax. What we're paying for here is an investment. And I'll just give you some keywords. If we talk about trust and accountability, again, public service media, if we look at the public service broadcasters that are within the European Broadcasting Union, 78% of that funding comes from the public. Is it license fee, or is it directly from the budget, like in Suspilne's case? But again, that funding means that public service media is funded by and accountable to the public. It's not accountable to advertisers, it's not accountable to political actors, and needs to remain editorial independent. I don't think we could say the same for platforms, as you mentioned before, like YouTube or TikTok. Their business models are very different. We know that they prioritize engagement and profit. We're talking about them amplifying disinformation and polarizing content. We are in a different business. We are in the business of prioritizing trustworthy content, prioritizing truth, impartiality, and serving the public interest. If we talk about trust, I've also seen very recent figures where we look at 81% of the weekly audience trusts Suspilne news. Well, these stats are the stats that feed into this notion of trust. In Europe, amongst our members, our sector, which Suspilne is very much part of and very much a leader of, is consistently ranked, so public service media news is consistently ranked as the most trusted news and most trusted source of information among our members, rated number one in 91% of European countries. And if we just look at, you had a great presentation from one of your news colleagues, but that kind of round-the-clock news coverage that is provided by Suspilne to tell the story of what is happening in Ukraine, and giving that broad range of coverage and radio coverage, even in blackouts, that is key. Your colleague just earlier shared the amazing stats of how Suspilne and how Ukraine's stories are told, and what is happening. The devastating facts that are happening in Ukraine are shared across Europe. Well, that is something that is coming from trustworthy sources, and that I could add to that are viewed, at least were viewed last year 45 plus million times. And my colleagues in news tell me that this year Suspilne is well on track in breaking that record. So I've talked about accountability, I've talked about trust, and I think we can even talk about what differentiates us, what differentiates our sector. We could talk about, for sure, democratic resilience and information security. Now, again, our research shows that robust public service media, strong public service media, well-funded public service media goes hand in hand with healthier democracies and lower polarization. And, you know, that doesn't have to be the EBU research to tell you that. That is obvious with what is happening in the world. And we know that independent journalists hold power to account and provide us all with knowledge that resists propaganda and manipulation. And of course, this is particularly important in Ukraine context of a warfare, and I would say a hybrid warfare. What also differentiates us, I would say, you know, why do I have to pay for public service media? Again, it's an investment in our cultural identity and in the social cohesion. I don't think the kind of programs, the documentary that Suspilna does, the programming for young adults and children, things like The Brave Tales, and I could go on with the list of programs that you know much better than me. I really don't think, you know, commercial players would be able to provide that. Again, these programs are not profitable enough. Trusted news costs a lot of money, and this is something that would not be taken on by the YouTubes of TikToks of this world in the way that we do it. Or do we want, you know, in this case of, you know, content, do we want the content to be told by others and then to have generalized content that at that point does not tell the narratives about Ukraine and tell the narratives about Europe, but these narratives are increasingly then going to be told outside by global commercial players or foreign state actors. So I think these are the, I would say, the underlying points, the accountability, the trust, the democratic resilience, the information security, the cultural heritage really reflecting the nation, being the voice of a culture. And let me say this, it's also, you know, if we look at how much investment goes into this. We keep repeating at the European Broadcasting Union, you know, when we mention a lot about the European institutions, you know, when we go and see the European institutions, public service media on an average of EBU members costs citizens on average less than the price of a cup of coffee per month. We're talking about 3.4 euros, and every euro is invested then generates value for the greater creative economy. And let me say here that, you know, unfortunately, Ukraine does not enter in this average because Suspilna is one of the least funded public broadcasters in Europe. So we heard about the great things that Suspilna does. Suspilna has the lowest contribution to public service media per citizen. This is just 10 cents of euros per person per month, as opposed to an average, which is much higher, of 3.4 euros, as I said earlier. And again, you know, here, if we're talking about investment, into...
У нас завис интернет.
We lost our internet connection.
Колеги, а де проблема?
Colleagues, so what is the problem? Is it on their side or on our side? It is on their side. Let us believe this is the Russian attack.
Так, ну, я пропоную в такому разі, поки ми...
suggest, in this case, while we cannot set up the connection, not to delay our event, if Michelle goes back online, we'll let her finish. And now we move to...
Да, ми втратили зв'язок.
We lost our connection, unfortunately.
Тоді я поки
And then, in this case, I pass the floor to Alexander Bermagin. Alexander represents Independence. Michelle is back. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm sorry. I think the internet was cut at a certain point.
Yeah. It was. We joking
until now, and I wasn't speaking to myself.
You started to talk about investment, and this moment internet is fall down. Please, you can now finalize your speech, please. You're welcome.
Yeah, so I hope you heard my point in terms of funding of public service media across Europe versus the unfortunately, as I was talking about, low funding for Suspilne. And my last point on your question, Igor, was that financial sustainability and investment is essential for broadcasters like Suspilne. So again, they can not only continue to provide, which are obvious, these critical services that we're all talking about, but again, invest in these new platforms, invest in new technology, so they can reach, their audiences everywhere.
Thank you. Thank you for your points and for your insights, and we will continue. If you wish to stay to the end of the panel, you are welcome. Зараз, власне, я хочу все ж таки поставити питання.
Ask a question to Mr. Alexander. National Council on Television, our media regulates, has the same problem as Suspilne with financing. These are two brothers in trouble. We also telecommunications regulators and the founded. Yes, we are talking about our industry mostly. Despite this fact, National Council on Law and Media has many responsibilities and duties without additional budgets for that, additional staff. And one of the powers the Council is given in a way that the law to implement new term. The term is very terrifying for the person who is not aware of this platform and trying to access the information. Translated from bureaucratic language, this means social media. This doesn't mean that the National Council regulates social media because they are located in beautiful California, but we gave the right, as our legislation requires this approach, we gave the right to the regulator to interact with big tech and to try to sign MOUs or other forms of communication to notify on the problems and to protect the market in a way to act as an independent arbiter, to be able to communicate with big tech who is the media and who is not really the media. I'd like to hear from Alexander. Did you manage or not? And do we have the light at the end of the tunnel, or we have to dig the grave for ourselves?
Відповісти дуже коротко, двома словами, не вдалося. Спробую розгорнути більш
To be brief, we failed, but I will try to give more extensive answer on regulation and joint regulation online and in digital dimension. Talking about our financing, 1 year ago at the same conference, I systemically discussed the problems of the regulator, and it was not only about funding, it was also about state registration of our bylaws, administrative procedure, which is hard to apply. It will break the logical internal processes. Over the year, nothing changed. It may be evaluated as positive because no changes for the worst is also something positive, but challenges remain. And I'd like to mention that in principle, in this topic of digital dimension and media, during the developments of AI, there's international context and global context, and We are not isolated, we are not in silos. In the United States, for the first time this year, the research shows the audience of different actors on the platforms exceeded the audience of digital television and radio altogether. 53 or 55%, but the fact is very indicative. In Australia, there's a problem with advertisement of gambling on alcohol, and the regulator rejected the industry and approving the course of self-regulation, mentioning that this code contains not very effective mechanism of protection of vulnerable audiences. Many European countries are thinking how to protect children in this context. The trends are the same in our case. We have our internal, and I will tell you about the work of National Council. We have internal issues, domestic issues. We have reintegration as a separate track like DSA, DMA, AI Act, AMFA, SLAP, and so on.
По рівню регулювання, що я хотів сказати.
In terms of level of regulation, we would like to mention some stats as of today.
В реєстрі суб'єктів в сфері
In the register of media, we have information on 1,040 online media. This is about online media. 1,040 websites, 509, and the rest, half of them are accounts on the platforms of joint access to information. Facebook 94, Telegram 86, YouTube 166, Instagram 93, TikTok 49, Viber 5, WhatsApp 4, social media X, I want to call it's 18, LinkedIn 3, it's 2 accounts and Twitch 11 accounts. And here, this is by statistics, but a very interesting story happened in terms of regulation. It was important recently how the regulation may happen or changes to legislation implementing regulation. When the changes happen without understanding approaches built into the law media, online media, from the very beginning, we have voluntary registration according to the law and incentivization component. The media that wants to get some opportunities so they can register voluntarily to get accreditation, to be able to participate in tenders for coverage. It worked like that for 2 years. And later on we had the decision of Security and Defense Council on limitation of all forms of advertisement of gambling. The Cabinet Ministers made the decision that we need to develop legislation. Legislation was developed and it entered into force in April this year. This legislation had to limit all the forms of advertisement of gambling because military personnel does a lot of gambling, and this is the vulnerable group. It's a problem. The Parliament makes changes to the law on advertisement and introduces limitations. The limitation is written in a way that to advertise gambling, you can do it on online media registered by a national council as media, targeted at the audience for 21 years and older. And this criteria, 21 years and older, is not working because there is no duty to verify the age of the users. All media just declare that they are targeted at the audience of 21 plus. And there are no other criteria. Using the content you can't evaluate if it's 21 plus or 50 plus or 16 plus. The target audience cannot be determined. And the only criteria is registration at the National Council. And everyone went to us for registration because they want to advertise gambling. And this approach that media have voluntary registration because they want to be media, now it moved sideways because different resources, not even media, they do not consider themselves media, they just decided to register to advertise gambling, and we registered 250 resources like that. The definition of media and online media are wide enough and criticized by public sector watchdogs. National Council registers casinos. But we have to fulfill our powers. We had a change, the bill was in our court, and
те, що їм треба
those resources had to register to advertise gambling.
десь в стороні залишилось.
This issue is never discussed.
Відповідно, таким чином у нас іноді, на жаль, відбувається регулювання.
Unfortunately, sometimes this is how the regulation happens. Another issue related to regulation I'd like to present. The National Council has chronic issue of underfunding and we cannot implement some decisions, like in Germany and United Kingdom, like Ofcom and Alcom in France, and regulators in Europe. Almost all of them have the decision on monitoring of online environments using AI and so on. So far we don't have these instruments, mostly because of lack of financing in online segments. We did not pay attention to many things, we did not go deep enough. I'd like to say that we will change the story because it looks paradoxal when the heads of big companies, big media companies, say our audience is 10 million followers online, how many line media, television, radio registered. We can just count them. So like online media working in the internet, according to the law in the media, they are obliged to register. And without registration, their activity is a serious violation with serious sanctions. This is the issue about the regulation. If we talk about AI, the National Council and the Ministry of Digital Transformation and colleagues from professional unions, the civil society developed nice recommendations. I believe to use AI for the media and journalists. They are available at the website of the National Council. It's the guide that contains all the standards, all the cutting-edge standards on the basis of international documents and practices. It can be used as regards legislation. In this area, we conducted this roundtable with Ministry of Digital Transformation. We presented our plans. By 2027, they plan to develop the law. They propose different recommendations for different areas, white papers, and how the mechanisms and instruments of soft law.
Стосовно спільного регулювання, от в цій
As regards to joint regulation, all stories related to gambling,
можливість розробити такі критерії,
the option to develop the criteria of classifying services as online media.
До повноважень і Нацради, і спільного
It is powers of National Council and a joint regulation body that was established on the first document they will work with. So more they are meeting with the working group. It is development of the criteria.
Буде з таймінгом.
If the time is poor, dynamics is poor, National Council will develop the criteria as well, because of changes to the law on advertisement, it is the urgent story. It can narrow the window of those gambling media coming to register to the National Council. And the last, but at least on self-regulation, I haven't seen the initiatives in the digital area. I haven't seen any. I'm skeptical, I suppose reports presented by Ruslan, unfortunately, our profession traditionally doesn't want to develop these institutions, and there's no joint regulation will not help. Our position is that self-regulation should develop from the grassroots. You cannot implement this from the legislation or other imperative norms. Self-regulation is the initiative from the grassroots, as the profession has to build itself and to set the rules. Regarding DSA, DMA, and digital regulator, it was mentioned today the leads ministers are the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Recently they planned to discuss the concept of digital regulator with experts, a wider circle of discussion. It is important to participate in the discussion. For everyone, digital regulator should coordinate and be the lead in their relationships with the platforms. It is the urgent challenge for Ukraine at the moment. Different public institutions gather together, and there is the issue who is responsible for the platforms, and people start looking at each other, who is responsible for communication with the platforms. This should be changed. This track is also developing the lead agencies, the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Self-regulation, I really like it to develop. I would urge everyone to move this topic, this area, joint regulation in the digital media area on online media is established. This body is envisaged by the law on media, starts to work with important topic. Regulation, the last point, which is positive, as the law on media implemented huge, together with the changes to law on advertisement, implemented the directive on audiovisual media services, and we have plans. The Standing Committee discussed this with civil society on implementing ENFA. The CDMA are actively moving by the Ministry of Digital, involving experts from civil society to these processes. I can say that we are moving in this area. We are not catching up with Europe, with EU. We are moving together in sync because their processes are only developing. They are also implementing ENFA. They start to do it, implement the same DMA. These things are developing. So we are moving in sync with EU, and hopefully we'll not lose this dynamics. Thank you, Alexander. And our time is limited, and we have two more important speakers to express their position. And Ms. Svetlana, I know that in Suspilne there were internal discussions at the level of editorial office and supervisory board on AI. What were those discussions about, and how Suspilne is using AI at the moment? I would ask both speakers to take not more than 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome to all the participants of the conference. Remember, 15 years ago, we had a cartoon called Worldly, and when it was the story about the people who ran away from the Earth, covered with garbage, and for 700 years they lived in the space station, and everything was done by robots, and people just ate and entertained themselves, and sometimes they had mental work, and they turned into very fat individuals who could not even move. And the captain turned on the button, solo weather, just to make sure the sun weather is always on the station. Everything was on autopilot, otherwise my artificial intelligence has to help us to work.
Наразі не припиняються дискусії, сьогодні вже про це говорили, чи не заберуть роботи у журналістів роботу.
Discussions are going on whether AI will take journalists' job away. They know how to create text, put subtitles, translate, but I think that there should be a person who writes specification, and there should be human oversight. I will not say what is the number. In the course of the year, number of media using AI has increased a lot. Which instruments were used? 62% to decipher interview, 31% for individual content creation, 29% for correcting mistakes, for writing reports and press releases, 90% headlines formation, 17% text for different platforms, 14% for analysis of huge text of data, 12% to prepare questions for interviews, 7% for monitoring reputation. The main principle that Suspilne team uses who work with content. AI is an instrument rather than replacing human intellectual work. It could be used for deciphering, sounding, basic translation, collecting or analysis of information. But all the rest is the work of journalists, and human oversight must be present. Christina already said that this year, Suspilne approved working policy on use of AI, based on principles of transparency, effectiveness, relevance, protection, intellectual property right, protection of rights of users. That fits within the global framework. We watch whether the content generated by AI does not violate other norms of law and ethics. Jointly with EBU, we have developed appeal to developers of AI to protect fair news. Number of broadcasters in USA, Europe, Asia, and Africa join. 5 basic principles. Use in AI should be possible only with permission of the author. Second, cost of this information should be fair for the benefit of third parties. First source of this news must be clear and accessible. Use different informational sources give big advantages for user. 5. Technological companies to start dialogue with media to develop general security standards as well as exactly. Michelle was telling about that in London. Alexander mentioned that recommendations were developed how to use AI in media. Journalist standards, ethical codes, and recommendation of Commission of Journalists. Actions included. Development of system of AI must be developed taking into account the main values of journalists, ethics including truth, precision, independence, do not harm, non-discrimination, inclusivity, respect to private life, confidentiality, and other principles provided for ethical code. Either principle should be responsible editorial web, assessment of risk, connected with user errors, transparency and clarity, understanding sources of information used by AI, informing audience that AI is used, confidentiality, export control, etc. But AI will continue changing industry, and they happen without regulation, without approval, without oversight and payment. Being alone, you cannot cope with that. We, as media, that want to provide access to truthful information should get united and get coordinated. I'm happy that Suspilne offers to start this dialogue. Thank you, Svetlana. It's very good. Each of you give a bridge to next speaker. But last but not least speaker, Kyiv Independent has approved AI policies. Kyiv Independent is an English language publication famous for disclosing crimes and atrocities happening at occupied territories. Tell us, what induced us to develop standards? When you identify Russian criminals, whether AI is helping you or journalists are working on their own. So, 5 minutes. I'm glad to welcome you all. I don't know what sources you use. We don't have the policy. I heard about it. I am not aware of that. We are working on that, but being last speaker and being a representative of private organization, I will give the view from a side. I don't believe much that regulation has a chance to catch up with AI in the next 5 years. I came back from conference in Copenhagen. The tempo and the amount of capital invested in AI is so huge. It's not the issue of regulation in Ukraine, but rather regulation in any country. the only country, USA, where it would be done. Accordingly, each huge technological revolution gives threat and possibility. We see it as an opportunity. Looking at previous technical revolution, without digital transformation, publishing of Kyiv Independent would not be possible. To start publishing it in USA, we would require huge money, huge capital. Now, due to digital transformation, 5 million people read Kyiv Independent. So I see both the threats and opportunities. Many of you spoke about threats. I will speak more about opportunities and mention some threats as well. Number of disinformation will grow so much that independent media with quality journalists will be distinguished even more in this background. Yesterday, I read a study by German publisher. They made an experiment, sent questionnaire to their subscribers, asking, say, what is AI and what is not. They didn't. And then they watched how number of subscribers was growing. Which of the subscribers left this publication? I do not believe that AI can replace investigation or journalism. It is an exclusive journalism, and that allows publications that do it to get distinguished. Those who cannot make unique things, they will disappear. For me, it is more an opportunity. If independents see it as opportunity, we can reach other audiences that we didn't have before. A very good example how using AI, we hired a person recently. We were looking for marketing specialists, and one of the current colleagues, she's a Ukrainian who lived in Canada, and she decided to move to Ukraine looking for a job in English language organizations with values, and ChatGPT advised even to plan that. And we found her. So ChatGPT, this is a level. We hired her. She got through testing period. She's super. This is an example of the fact that we cannot stop AI platforms. That will be a very widespread technology. If it doesn't come from USA, it will come with China. If not China or you, it will come from Russia. The only thing that we can do to get quickly adapted and use it for our purpose. For us, AI is useful for increasing productivity. We are English-speaking publication, many of staff are not English-speaking, therefore we cannot afford bad English, and AI helps us with that. A month ago, we conducted a survey. 92% of staff are already using AI on a weekly basis. Most of them for proofreading, for language. We can save money on that and compete better with big organizations. There is a threat, of course. I will not diminish it. This is disinformation and business models. Much has been told about disinformation. A few words about threat to business model. Most of Ukrainian publications are earning money on advertisement. Traffic on sites is important for them. But now this is something which is becoming more and more a problem, because Google, who is supplying traffic for news publications, is represented in Ukraine. It presented results of AI, and many publications see decrease of traffic and their income is decreasing. This is a problem for many. The only way out to improve your direct connection with audience. Our business model is income from readers. It's not way out for everybody, but for those who are here, who represent institutions that help independent media, I think you should look more on that. Often it's not an additional training needed, but rather transformation of business model. If you can help good publications to do it, that must be your priority. There are threats. I agree with Metro regarding consolidation. I think media will lose. The biggest players in the world, New York Times, is litigation. Financial Times signed agreements, and the Washington Post signed agreement with them. So divide and rule. And these are biggest publications in the world. Say nothing about regional markets that are not of interest for gigantic companies. Attempts to consolidate is important. If regulators can help with it, I wish them success. That is briefly all. Thank you, Zahar. In the conclusion of this panel, everybody says about need of uniting. Last year, I opened this conference
І, власне, якби не об'єдналося 6 людей,
if six people were not united to help this small hedgehog with problems, he would not be rescued. And now he has grown up and is strong, so an active position and unification help us to resolve very difficult problems, not only for little hedgehogs. Дмитро Соломко, Олександр Блохін, Світлана Остапа, Ярослав Юрчишин, Nikita Потураєв, Захар Процик, and our colleague online, Michelle Riverly, and virtually we also give welcome to Evgenia Kravchuk, who is traveling now. Thank you for this panel. Please reduce coffee break from half an hour to 20 minutes only. Let us thank.
Хто перший добіг до кави, то її, власне, і буде мати.
So if you come to coffee
colleagues, please take your
Колеги,
seats.
прошу. Організатори просять мене динамічніше, тому я буду
So request me to be more dynamic. I will try to do everything that is possible. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Отож, ми розпочинаємо нашу
start our
про зв'язок з
discussion
майбутніми
on
поколіннями
the
і медіаграмотність.
link to the next generations and media literacy.
Оголосити наших присутніх.
I'm honored to present our panelists.
Олександр Корнієнко, перший
Олександр
заступник
Корнієнко,
Голови Верховної Ради
First
України.
Deputy,
Інна Совсун, народна
the
депутатка
Parliament's
України.
Secretary, Совсун, Member of Parliament, First Deputy of the Minister of Education and Sciences in 2014-2016.
Далі у нас присутній
Then we have
спікер
speaker,
з шведського освітнього мовника.
Swedish broadcaster, Kalle Sadler.
Do you hear me?
I
Nice
hear
to
you.
see you.
Nice to see
We're
you.
happy you're with us. Thank you. Вадим Міський, секретар наглядової ради
Mr. Secretary, Vice President Board of Suspicion, Program Director of Detective Media, and Marchenko, Head of ENG, Generation of Mothers, London. Meeting state participants are Victoria Milovina, and she producer the digital platforms of Suspicion. I'm honored to start our today's session. Actually, we all started and we had intense and interesting first parts. I'd like all of you
Трохи, знаєте, налаштувати на нашу дискусію, тому що
get introduction into our discussion to talk about content for young people and children. We have to remember that we all were children, and let us remember, looking in the context of child content, what do children watch, the children of your friends. Let's start with Alexander. What do your children watch?
Дякую за запрошення.
Thank you for invitation. Dear Suspin, it is the annual tradition to meet here. Last year we were here as well. Children watch everything, just like all children. It is clear that me and my wife are trying to build non-Russian speaking environment because they watch English speaking content and other languages as well. We try especially to send all the daughter to see that you need to know many languages in the modern world. So she started to watch Spanish speaking videos and cartoons. And then it depends on the age, 7 years. This is some big formats, so she watches the films and cartoons. And if we talk about YouTube, this is not cartoons. I'm not sure how to call this genre. Anime, no. It's when everything is live, but there are stories about characters. Let's call it extended TikTok. Ballerina Cappuccino, something is going on with her for 1 hour. And so Russian-speaking content is more frequent there because, as I understand, the genre in Ukrainian language is not really available. It is limited. We have some child bloggers. I have seen one of them, but there's room to improve. Also, the 5-year-old child, middle child can watch cartoons, and they're different. So, like Paw Patrol and Eternal Classics, Eternal Topics. Then we have younger viewer, she's soon to be turned 2. She watches big size, she is clear and cook and format like that. And we can work with language the way we want because we turn it on for her, not she, so we can limit. In YouTube I created 3 profiles when I have free time. I do setting up, sorting, blocking, try to do some media hygiene. As YouTube is 90% of content they get, this is important. It is positive. Big formats and platforms, Go platform, everything is translated there. That's it. Thank you, Ina. What content is consumed by your son?
Раз. У мене один син, це буде коротша історія.
I have only one son. He still will turn 13 and
Конкурентна перевага
I have competitive advantage.
була на
When
Америці.
I was studying Fulbright in America, he was with me and he studied English when he was 6. And
У мене проблема в тому, що він україномовний контент.
the problem is he doesn't get Ukrainian language content because 100% of content he gets is English language. On one hand, I'm happy he doesn't watch any Russian content. I don't need to clean up YouTube. He doesn't watch anything in Russian. It doesn't get to him, and English language content is so diverse. If a person watches the content in English, the problem of Russian language content disappears. The problem is with Ukrainian language content, how to find it and promote it. But in terms of content, at the age of 12, 13, it becomes difficult. I don't understand what he is watching, but I know that he loves Japanese things and he reads mangas, watches animes. I don't understand this genre personally, but he finds something for himself. I ask this periodically, why are you interested in that? What do you find there? He cannot articulate yet, but at least this is not some unpacking. Thank you, Marina. Alex, I start with personal stories because it's about politics, and then we'll move to other issues.
В мене вдома діти трьох
At
різних.
home, I have children of 3 different age groups. The oldest is teenager daughter. She loves animes and Oriental culture. And the middle son is limited with Netflix. He can watch anything, but it has to be on Netflix and in English. And he plays Minecraft and other games using tablet. He's allowed in child YouTube to watch how other children play. And the youngest child is toddler, and we do not abuse yet, but we watch Shaun the Sheep if a man is 3 or 4 minutes, or Turtle Dog, and also he's interested not so much in dogs, but we have your books and we have all the stickers and all the coloring, and this is more interesting than screens. They have children. I have a question to turn on the microphone.
Так, звісно, у мене
Yes,
своїх
of
ще немає.
course, I don't have my own children yet, but I have children, I know children of my friends, and
Сказати, що дуже по-різному. І
it is very different. What they watch seems that, well, in the Bible, all children are right, and all parents are right, and they come and watch BBC projects, and spільноти projects, and Dog, and so on. But there are children who unfortunately watch the statistics published by Detector Media, March and the Bear, and so on. All these things are present in the Ukrainian media space. I think that today we will discuss how to make sure they disappear and to have something new and interesting and useful. Especially a warm-up is to announce what we'll discuss today. The key challenges facing Ukrainian media and are these challenges only for the media? In the digital world, in the world of the platforms, in terms of engaging young audience, and why, we'll find out why the content for young audience is strategic investment and the key instrument against Russian influence. And under our discussion, I'd like to review the role of public broadcaster and to hear the experience of other countries, using the example of our colleague from Sweden. So we start with, and to continue the point about research of Detector Media, and the article that everyone has read last week. Although everyone has seen this statistics, I'll ask the colleagues to show this on your slide. Just for us to see it once again and to be frightened once again about these numbers and this research and what content is dominating in Ukrainian YouTube. And
рейтинг був ширший, але
They published wider rating, but in top 10, mostly these are Russian-speaking channels, so Russian content with narratives in Ukrainian. And we see the top line, so the first year, but for many years, this rating is led by Masha and the Bear. Masha, the channel has more than 800 million views only in 2025.
Ми говоримо про Машу і Медвідь
We're talking about Masha and the Bear in Ukrainian language, but the narratives are Russian. In this cartoon, we are present, and I advise to all who have never seen the lecture with Islam Senkiv about the narratives in Masha and the Bear. So review it and to think again that this is the bubble we live in. It doesn't correlate with reality. And Olga Tishuk commented on this number. If we have rough counts, only in 2025, $2.4 million. Because Russia influences even small Ukrainians every day, and Russia makes on Ukrainian views on the fourth year of the full-scale invasion. This is very sad, and we have representatives of public sector, civil society, politicians, media. All together, we have to share responsibility for what we see on the screen. As to remove this slide, and I would move to the first question. Start with Alexander. In your view, what has to be done? It is complicated matter. What has to be done by the state at the legal level, at the legislation level, to change the situation? At the legislation level, we have the initiative by Yaroslav Yurchishin. He had to be here. He was in the previous panel. It's about blocking for Security and Defense Council to sanction Masha, not only Masha, but also like Nasty and so on, and the Bear as well. The Bear is sanctioned every night by our representative of the intelligence and security service and armed forces in our territory. However, I wrote to Yaroslav when I saw this initiative, we should be comprehensive. Let us analyze all top 100 channels, not just child channels, but teenager channels on different platforms. Let us try to develop a story, and this is information security. If we sanction Russian propagandists on YouTube, this is moving well, there is dynamics. We can do something about Masha as well. It is clear that everything starts with childhood, so what kind of space is developed in terms of language and narratives. I fully support this. Personally, even before the war, before full-scale war, we saw that our child, after watching Masha, the behavior becomes less quiet, and we just saw this, we watched it ourselves. I watched it for a couple of days next to the child, and I saw that in principle narratives are pro-Russian, balalaika, and so on, and wolves wearing traditional costumes of Russians. There's also unstable dynamics which pushes the child to the behavior of teenagers. When the child is 3, they don't have to have teenage behaviors. It should be according to the age of 3, not 13. So it's the issue of mental health. If someone is traumatized, every night we have explosions, terrorists, Masha is running around Bear. It's not useful at all.
This is urgent thing that we can do, just to ban. But we must develop something our own. It's very good that we got together here. Last year we were talking about production as a whole, about documentaries. In the course of the year we understood that attention to Ukrainian product or Ukrainian story is growing. It is trendy, and Suspilne can compete here. Last year, we were talking about that. Maybe next time it is worth discussing children's, adolescents' content. And during the break, I saw Robux application. If colleagues ask me what is going on with Suspilne, what budget will be provided, in fact, such steps made by Suspilne are very useful. They are very good steps in order to reach the viewer directly in the telephone. And if MPs are voting for the budget, I would advise you to get into this application. And if you agree with the managers that they put it onto the lower line to add some marketing elements, it would be cute for Ukrainian television sets that are exported into Ukraine lawfully. It would be good that we move like that step by step. It would be very good if content for adolescents doesn't include the hero who is a bad guy. To make serials for adolescents, that they become like series, I think we all should join our efforts to do it. We had pre-war experience that is forgotten a little bit. Before the war, we used to have a lot of serials that were of mass use, covering the family life, including young people, adolescents. Unfortunately, war always has an impact on the culture, but this topic remains in the focus. We have very good authors, very good authors of documentaries, but what is minus, that other spheres are moved apart, and we must decide where is the separating line. Unfortunately, Mr. Potarayev is not here. We always are discussing it with him. What is the breaking line that we do not turn into Russia? They don't have a person of Surkov type that is giving instructions to channels what to do, but on the other side, that we do not lose information of war. In such fields, for young people, for children, for adolescents, this is a separate territory. I'm not aware of it already. Well, my son is not of that age, but approach to this content must be different. Where they use it in YouTube or in TikTok, where you should get to know it. I don't think Suspilne has such things in chat, but we don't have drawbacks for adolescents. We have Collider, this is a scientific story, and being the chairperson of supervisory board of Polytechnic University, I looked attentively at that. I think we must create some kind of opposition to Russians. When we don't have Ukrainian scientific bloggers, we are forced to watch those that are made by Russians. It's not bad, but I see also the traces from the state-run projects, because even at scientific field, they use these instruments of fighting. quite good decisions were taken by Parliament and government. They are recharging the sphere, giving new protection and new responsibility in the Institute. We have the new director, he's somewhere here, probably he left, who was perceived quite well. Also about national remembrance, Institute of National Remembrance. I think we must use it more in communication with children and with adolescents. I don't know which format should be used to make it modern, not to force people, but inform children about heroes that we have. To avoid elements of military recruitment office. I'm not against mobilization, I support it, but how it is perceived by people, we all see it. What is happening at school. We must find the proper approach. Within the last 10 years, there were a lot of cases that we know about. We know these heroes, but there are many cases where children were also fighting, demonstrating that they could be heroes. It is important to demonstrate it to children's audience and to find the proper language to be used. That it is not done in a forceful manner, but rather it's interesting and inspiring for children. For our children and adolescents, it's them who will live in the future of our country. It's important that we preserve Ukraine for them. Thank you. Ina, a question addressed to you. Whether media content or any content protect the public interest and what it could be like. First, that I want to say, I apologize. I have to leave very soon because I have other event and you are working behind the schedule. But nevertheless, I'm very happy that I'm here, and I'm happy that we are talking about the content for young generation, and there are representatives of managing board of Suspilne, because I was addressing them all the time, asking to do something for the children. There is not enough contact for children. We are losing young people. What is of special interest to me? We were talking more about entertainment content that children use a lot. But I'm concerned about one thing more, and I add to what Alexander says. Our children do not know almost anything about political life in the country. They are not interested in it, they don't know what is happening. On the one hand, we do not want to turn it into single telemarathon that party messages are provided. On the other hand, people should understand, children should understand that they live in the country. There is kind of a management system here. I was addressing many people on that. I know that in some countries there is special television for children, with news for children. At the beginning of full-scale invasion, my son left to my grandma's house, and I met him sometime later. And I realized that he doesn't understand completely what is happening. On the one hand, I don't want him to read the news that I'm reading, because children's brain is different. My child was 9 years old yet. But on the other hand, he cannot live unaware what is happening. You should find some kind of balance. And this is a kind of challenge, how to work it further. I hope that in the future content will develop in this way. We talk about Masha and the Bear, about this fairy tale as entertainment content, but the content for public awareness raising. Children must know what is parliament, what are basic functions of parliament, that people not told for whom to vote, but they must know, depending on their age, what is happening. And children are lacking that. At the age of 18, children leave school and go to polling stations to vote, not understanding what was happening in the country. I'm very much concerned about that. How to engage children to understanding political processes in the country in compliance with their age. Now I want to give positive examples that I am proud of, that I managed to do it. Victoria knows about that. It happened so that for a year and a half, I am actively helping Ministry of Education with a subject called Defense of the Country. You know this subject, but they were taught this subject with different titles at different times at school. And I am one of the co-authors of new program. We rejected from this subject, Defense of the Country, all things connected with training of soldiers, with marching and things like that, but more about patriotic things. What is the ideological objective to raise defense perception, defense understanding of young people? Of course, flying drones is of interest to them, but they must know already whom we are fighting with, defense against whom it is. Children in the final classes of school might realize all that. And how to explain things about war and about heroes of the war, as Alexander mentioned. He is working on such ideas. Yes, call it like that. I addressed Suspilne last summer, telling them, let us make videos about heroes of the war that we can demonstrate at schools. Initially, we made 3 videos, then Kola will confirm. I caught him at the Maidan Square in the center of the city, and I was telling him these videos were so good. I was really crying looking at them. They're very cute. What was especially interesting, there was a very good combination. There is a public institution, Suspilne, that creates something, some product that will go to schools, to other governmental institutions, to fulfill governmental tasks. And the videos are different formats, but we included voices of teenagers there. When shooting videos about volunteer movement, when children, maybe 12 or 13 years of age, they were donating something and they were related. They were telling about their job and the viewers could get engaged. I'm very happy that these videos were successful and were sent to school, have more in production plans. This is a good example when Suspilne is fulfilling tasks that the state needs. And I think that this concept of awareness raising is defining for Suspilne. Let us speak openly. Entertainment content can be produced by private companies. State can support it in this or that way, but the task of Suspilne, public service broadcaster, must be higher. It must be, first of all, explanation, education, awareness raises. Therefore, I'm very happy when I see any bridges made between Suspilne and education system.
Поки що повільно, але працюємо, наприклад, над тим, щоб подивитися.
We are working, although slowly, to see which Suspilne film could be used in school for providing explanation. When military people come to me asking, we have problems with patriotic education of military servicemen, of soldiers, and they ask how to improve this work. I say to them, you have long-term plans, but for short-term work, take this video from Suspilne, you can take them for free, show it to people, and that provides explanation many things. I think this awareness-raising function should be fulfilled for different groups of people, not rejecting entertainment content entirely, but this awareness-raising function will not be done by anyone else but Suspilne. It is a very important thing, but I think it is very important to develop it further. Because again, we don't have any other actors that can fulfill this function. Thank you, Ina. Before we focus at function of public service broadcasting, we shall discuss who is fulfilling this function of producer of educational content systemically. I come back to statistics. Marina, you're working with families, numerous families. Which instruments can parents use to protect the child from this influence? One should understand that a child's action of a child is the consequence of actions of parents. What parents consume, what rules they establish within a family, which senses they develop, what they filter, the child will follow all that. It's very good that there are awareness campaigns in school and outside school. But if a child comes back home to the family and parents give and him different signal, that is not a good result. We work with parents at early stages when fundamental values are being formed. Periodically, we conduct different studies, trainings for parents to understand their behavior, to understand what behavioral changes we can introduce. Important factor often is that parents themselves are not aware. As regards female health issues, we found 91% of women think that contractions is a normal status and they don't go to doctor, and they're not doing it because they are bad, but they are not aware of the harmful impact. And therefore, explanation should be provided. And that is the reason what parents do regarding children, what programs they allow to show. Information is normally taken from neighbors, from friends, but not well-checked, scientifically verified sources of information. One should raise this awareness, and for that, being a representative of mothers and fathers community, what is important for me when we are introducing something that influences behavior of parents, especially mothers, You should be very careful with where you present information. Very often, it is given to women through feeling of guilt. Because of numerous social problems that women have, you should take into account to what extent women are traumatized. And you might understand why mom is turning off a special cartoon film to a child. Maybe mom is tired, or maybe because at night there was shooting and she didn't sleep. Some people who live within informational bubble, they don't understand it. But this criterion of awareness, and you must explain to parents what is wrong, what is right, and to explain that to them, not because of guilt, but by explaining. To give a message that this cartoon film is good because it is done by Суспільне. It will not cause hyperactivity or agitation of a child. This video is good, this is bad, because it is producing income for Russia, and rockets flying to Kyiv are made for this money. Thank you very much. We have absolute different focuses in first question. I will sum up. The Russian contact is a part of ongoing Russian war, impacting adults, children, everybody. Very often Ukrainian creators conduct individual fights on particular platforms, but can it be done in a systemic manner? We must have a sustainable actor in European countries. This role is played by public service broadcast. You know about such famous broadcasts as BBC, Air France, and others. In Baltic countries, public service broadcast is fulfilling this function of producer of content and popular content. You always should find the format that will be accessible to each audience. Whether Суспільне has enough instruments in Ukraine, whether this interaction is established already. Public service broadcaster in Ukraine is much younger compared to others. I would like to add international context to our discussion and to invite our guest, Mr. Kalle Sandhammer, CEO and the Swedish Educational Broadcasting Company.
Hi, hello.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Thank you to be a part of our discussion.
Yeah.
So my first question is, how does it work in Sweden? What is a priority for a state to create such a long, systematic partnership with public broadcasting?
Yeah. First, I would like to say I'm sorry I can't be in Kyiv today in person, but this will work out as well, I hope. I can start with giving you a short introduction to the Swedish situation and to UR, Utbildningsradion, should be translated as education radio. And it was founded in 1978 as a part of the Swedish radio. But today we do more television. It's some audio, but as well a lot of television. So UR is a Swedish educational broadcasting company, and it's a part of the Swedish public service broadcasting sector alongside Swedish television and Swedish radio. So we have three different independent public service companies in Sweden, and our mission at UR is to create and broadcast educational and informative content aiming to strengthen knowledge and education and democratization in society. And we both focus on schools on one hand and on general public on the other hand, so it's for all ages. But our main focus is on children and younger people, and as well in the school context. Our mandate is set by the Swedish Parliament and regulated through our guidelines in the broadcasting license, and we will have a new remit from the 1st of January 2026. And it will last for 8 years, so it's a long-term remit, and that's as well to keep political independence. While our work is guided by national educational needs, we operate independently at UR from political influence and commercial interests regarding content and programming choices. So we make our own choices independently. But with that said, we have a lot of dialogues with authorities and schools and teachers organizations. Teachers are they are key here because they are gatekeepers in the schools. So for us it's very important that the teachers know about our production and our content, and that our content solve problems for the teachers, so they use it in the school context. So we have lots of dialogues with the teachers especially, but as well with the students and pupils organizations and with the Swedish national educational Swedish national agency for education. So it's the head authority for the schools. So we are independent, and we have we have lots of focus on the needs from the audience and the school system, but we make our own decisions. And we as well at UR, we always mix journalism with pedagogy. So it's not only journalism or the pedagogical issues, it's always in the cross between. So we are not allowed, due to our remit and due to competition with the market, to make school books, for example, but it's educational content where we add journalism. So we put it in context and we ask questions, and sometimes it's more like more of journalism, and sometimes it's less of journalism, but it's always journalism.
Thank you. Actually, the big challenge and the big benefit of being public broadcaster, that you should relate to audiences, but as well to be a key educational gatekeeper, for example, in content. So you're lucky, and your formats are inspiring, and your experience is really inspiring. Thank you. And to sum it up, I would like also ask you about budget, because it's always very triggering question in Ukraine. But as far as I know from other countries, that the main key for a success for educational broadcasting is systematic, and actually this you can rely on budget for the next year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Predictable.
Predictable for 8 years.
For 8 years.
Long-term remit, so that's very important.
Everyone in this room. Yeah, you're really lucky. Of course,
I would say as well that it comes with costs, but you always talk in Sweden. You talk about you often talk about public service as a cost, but I would like to talk about it like an investment in the society.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's the key of this this discussion, that this is the investment in the future, because the more you invest, the more you give, and the more you take from it. And actually, to sum it up, I would like to tell the audience in Ukrainian, з досвіду наших суспільних мовників інших країн, 3 основних уроки, які могло б винести суспільство.
Three main lessons that Ukrainian society can get from your system. Based on what you said, I sum up stable budget, close cooperation between government, public broadcaster, parents and teachers. That's the way majority of successful countries on that work. And another important is innovational approach to create content that will appeal to young people. That is extra difficult task because you compete for their eyes, for their attention, produce hours of successful content. Why a teacher chooses this content and gives to children, that is a big task for public broadcaster, but in all countries it's public broadcaster who focuses this attention.
Dear colleague, you can stay with us on a panel to listen to other speakers, but I would like to ask Вадим Міський, я хочу вас до слова запросити. А що ж там суспільне? Розкажіть нам, а що ж у нас в Україні?
I'd like to invite you. How about Suspilne? What's going on in Ukraine? From the very beginning, you were here at the reform of Suspilne, you were at the origins of establishment of educational child broadcasting from the very first document, the concept. Where are we at the moment? Can you tell us briefly about this? The concept, good afternoon, the concept appeared only on year 3 of our work, and later on I will mention it. And before the concept, and before the establishment of Suspilne, many children and teenagers are familiar with the product that Suspilne produced and continues to produce. For example, radio dictation. Every school child in the country wrote radio dictation of the national units. I mentioned this in the context of child and teenage products. It's non-child product. Inside the company, we don't position it as child product. It is the project that builds some values. For example, what is the indicator for me last year in my family circle, in the extended family circle? Zabushko wrote the text of radio dictation. The child after radio dictation asked, who is Oksana Zabushko? It is the question of the bubble, the issue of the bubble we live in. We all know, but no, it's not the case. So there are different circles of context and bubbles in Ukraine. So yes, it's outreach. Maybe the child would not know that for many years, and then it will be surprised why they watch Martian and Bennett and Bear and her children as well. So these are investments into the future, which are very important. And we need to establish pure child content. We have to add 1 point on numbers. You know that these numbers by Detective Media, published by Detective Media last week, every 5th young person was engaged in the activities, 100th anniversary of Ukrainian radio, every 5th individual from 18 to 35, radio dictation was the most popular event among them. So this content exists, but it's purely child content that we try to build bit by bit on the public broadcast. It is being created. This priority in the first days of the work of Suspilne broadcasting, the supervisory board set this priority. I remember had the document the main areas of activity on the first week of the work of the company. One of the priorities was, from top 5, was to work with the audience of child and youth. And the first word was we had to develop the concept of broadcasting for children and youth. We required 3 more years to develop it. We engaged psychologists, we engaged experts, and we developed the document, which is valuable. It seems like the document was drafted at the level of the management of Suspilne. What does it have? It has the value framework. It mentions that
Що важливо в цьому контенті?
What is important in the content? Education or the civic consciousness and patriotism, humanistic values, media literacy. This is our future as the country, as the citizens in United Europe. These are values that are cross-cutting for the Suspilne. What is interesting and pleasant, this launched a number of systemic processes in the company. Suspilne is a huge machine with 3,500 employees. Resources are much less than needed for supporting this machinery, taking into account the list of tasks for the public broadcasting according to the law. Every time in September at these conferences we discussed the level of financing for the next year. So this document launched systemic processes. We created the unit, which before this document has 2 people. Today we have 18 people inside the company working on production of this content. We had the line of the products, we had the line of media assets, which are sorted for different audiences. Every audience, a child, teenage, youth audience. We have the understanding of the age limits and the differences of the media consumption. This is calculated and described, and for each one of them, there is content proposal. It is a small one. At this point, we show the slide, and you can read more in the leaflets at the registration table. If your hand picks one up, please do so. It is the majority activity of Suspilne for children and youth with QR codes, how to download and review it. First of all, you can see Dropbox. It was mentioned several times today. It is for preschool children. Our oldest media asset, it is more than 2 years old. It is 4 years old. You can see the time is running very quickly. And we have cartoons that we produce on our own. Suspilne orders them, commissions them. There is no need to use our operators or cartoonists. It is commissions in the market. We support production companies of Ukraine. They can bid for other grants at UKF and other media companies. This is supporting capacities of the sector of producers, of the production companies, and by adapted European series, we are part of the network of EBU. We had the colleague from EBU, from European Broadcasting Union, in the first panel. These are leading broadcasters in every EU country. They have high-level professional cartoons. We take the best ones and adapt them. We adapt them not only translated into Ukrainian, which translates in the language of gestures. It is the issue of inclusiveness, inclusivity, and as Marina mentioned today, if you haven't seen it, please look at this. You will wait for the next series, not talking about your children, but about you. I expect the next series myself, and I'm worried if we manage to order the new season or not. It is the regular puppy, it is preschooler, but it is superhero, but superhero in the values that were above mentioned in the concept. Honesty, responsibility, taking care of friends, the family, what is important, the patriots. It is also important to have the role models of Ukrainian patriots of their age, at the level of their problems. Collide is the asset for youth, a media asset for youth, for young people. It is spread on different social media, on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. You can find us, subscribe. There is SciPoop, an important thing, collabs with teenage bloggers. It may sound as the certain unclear words to us, but there is a generation of young people who already create content. They shoot something about themselves, how they live, what they look, what game they play online, and so on. And first, it can be different content. They create some information, they spread, not verifying it, and talking about media literacy. The title of our panel is clear that we need to invest to make sure this content is verified by themselves. To make sure they are not linking and spreading disinformation. Also, it is very important that this is educating the generation of the new content creators, get the values of Suspilne because they create the content together with our team. With Detective Media recently we conducted, and I would like to multiply the number of bloggers, young bloggers in Ukrainian media environment. We conducted a school for responsible bloggership for them, Schwabe. We took them to Carpathia regions from different regions of Ukraine. Also young people, majority of them have seen our Collider and Elvika, one of the chapters in Collider, who is Einstein here. For them it is the role model, and Elvika, who came as the mentor for the school, we invited her. She tells them it is clear that she is very responsible on her topics. She presents in her blog, not on Suspilne. Suspilne, the editorial team will control everything, but it's important that later on they create this, they use this value framework in their content and they try to spread it to their audience. Inna already left. She mentioned that we don't have enough news for teenagers and youth. The recent title mentioned in the slides about what? This is news produced by teenagers for teenagers, and we spread them in TikTok. It is our freshest page, not many subscribers, but it is the effort for the future. We already put our foothold on this area. We'll increase the number of rumors, the number of presenters, and the amount of content. For the first few months, we already have 6 million views. These are 6 million times the child's reviews subscribed, some number of children subscribed, and so this is some progress in this area. This highlights the new media assets development and creation of them was happening during the war. We have dramatic events around them. Number of subscribers are tens and hundreds of thousands. Number of views are millions and tens of millions. And it is some small contribution with a small budget and small team we have. Not all media assets are listed here, not all projects are mentioned. I have to mention about our audio fairy tales. You can listen to them on Blogbox channel, you can listen to them in the app of Ukrainian Radio. There is a 24-hour radio station. You can listen to them on podcast platforms. From all podcasts developed by Suspilne, Audio Fairy Tales is the most successful podcast. It seems Suspilne is the huge machine producing news. It's our main priority in the company, but the most popular podcast is a Child Fairy Tales. More than 1 million listenings, and if we compare it to our content, it is the most popular. If we compare it to the market, there is a platform, Migogo, which has video section and audio section. In this audio section, among all the podcasts published at Migogo, in top 5, we have always, for the last several years, we had the podcast of Suspilne Fairy Tales. I recommend to follow this, to include, to listen, to turn it on. Our best stars of Ukraine doing voiceover. It's very interesting presentation of the content. And the fairy tales are present in our books. Victoria published a book. She is modestly not mentioning this. The book is called Brave Fairy Tales. These are not just classical fairy tales of Ukraine. These are special fairy tales with therapeutic effects. Child psychologists worked on this, and we spread this for the objective to help children to cope with reality of war around us. No, you want me to finish, but I'd like to mention slideshow. This is child and teenage project. It's not for children. And children are really getting engaged into this. It speaks on very brave topics. Recently, we had a conversation with our editorial office of the child content on Suspilne. You mentioned the beginning of the 1990s, Ukrainian TV had its Guard studio, so the new studio Guard. It's our slideshow. If you haven't seen it, please watch it. It's very brave, it's going beyond the limits. Alexander Tkachenko was the presenter of Guard. We don't invite Alexander Tkachenko to present this program for us. We have modern teenagers, a new generation of young people doing this, but it is in line with the spirit of the time, and
Фан-клуби в областях.
The fan clubs are organized in the regions. It's not a joke.
Тобто ви бачите, що це доволі різні сегменти.
These are different segments. This is video and audio, flash mobs, it's radio dictation, the both topics.
Короткі формати в соцмережах.
Short formats in social media, even books. It seems that books are very different from child audience, but it's very popular. Level of penetration is different in this audience, but what is the most important? There is systemic approach of there is framework built, there is understanding of our target audience, and so far resource for this is limited, so doing little things, but we can develop it when we have the basis. We already have the backbone now, we have to create the content. What do we need to grow sustainably? First, it's finance. We know where to go, we understand this, but the development from the last efforts is not possible. We can only survive, but not developing resources and limited. We need investments for development. I'm happy we're talking about investments, not costs. It's important that our children and youth can see Ukrainian superheroes as a total dog, to have more of those, and to have those role models, to have them rooted and lead to perception by the young generation to want to be like them and to present those values in their life. And at the end, it's great that we discuss not only between ourselves, but we hear phenomenal experience of Sweden today, because of course we have room to improve to reach that level, but we look at this area when we talk about child and educational content. Thank you, Vadim. Actually, I'd like to add that Swedish model of teenage news was the prototype of teenage news as a spin-off, and I would like to thank colleagues for sharing their experience, because it works, it is effective, and we know how to work, but we need support. We had several questions, but I see that we're behind our schedule, and we started to discuss if Ukrainian creators can compete with the content in Russian language YouTube. If we look honestly at the moment, no, we cannot develop and distribute this amount of content. But there is a concentrated efforts to do it. We have to, in terms of education formats and in terms of entertainment content, both and the umbrella of the Spilne, the public broadcaster in Europe knows that the set of values, this backpacker values, when you develop any content and we create a public broadcaster members, by the career rights, by diversity,
про те, що ми живемо в Україні і враховуємо
about living in Ukraine and taking into account the context, these things are taken into account into the content of Suspina, and we have to touch Ukrainian children abroad. So I'd like to go back to this issue, because we know that according to the recent statistics, more than 2 million Ukrainian school children staying outside Ukraine. Just like all representatives of younger generation, they assimilate quicker, integrate quicker, and very quickly they lose the linkage to Ukraine. So, I have a question, Alexander. Does the state do something in this area? Do they plan to adopt some things, some safeguards? Let's be honest, this topic and our huge issue of Ukrainian support over the past 3 years, it's clear that it was not a priority. If we talk about young people and school children, the priority was to solve the issue with education. We created an international school and online studying opportunities. Different relationships with different countries, they have different vision on what our migrants should do and our migrant children should do. 6 million Ukrainians, they're different, mostly 2/3. They can be labor force. Well, for the children who can be labor force in 5 years, it's naive to think that they will give them back and they will tell us just take them back and so on. It's naive to think that they will say this, but they will do everything to assimilate them. So I think that's the correct issue. There is not enough attention dedicated to this. The world is open, the content is distributed anywhere in our way. So the distribution system is our ally. There are no problems for people to use YouTube, to supply content, or use satellite TV or digital platforms. There are many ways. We know examples when our commercial media holdings open broadcasting there. It is successful in some cases, and it is the issue of distribution. Distribution is on our side. When we talk about content, I started to think about this. There is huge difference in the content for children here, like about him and other projects. It has some domestic events covered. It's our context. And a boy or a girl in Düsseldorf living there for 3 years, it's hard for them to understand our tone of voice, to understand our language, why those children went underground on September the 1st. It is a surprising air raid. Those things are important, and when it's a focus on general formats, explaining in general, like Ina mentioned, how is it built, who is the president, why the MPs are not changing, how do they live there, your peers there. Well, let's lose this basic information connection with Ukraine. Most of them will never go back. So we need to build some connections, horizontal connections, on how everything is structured here. So Collider has to be not just about cucumbers, but also some historic, social, you understand, historic Collider. There should be some projects for those who are overseas, some topics which unite us, some international memes, some Taylor Swift, what we can have Ukrainian cover of that. The music is the universal language, by the way, and distribution is on our side, and Spilne has the strength. I can repeat this once again, just like I mentioned last year, the fashionable music. We have Megago and Spilne working with modern and fashionable music. Megago is the channel, and Artillery is the project, so it's Spilne. They have seen at Atlas Weekend, so this is for those who are from this domain, those who understand how the language and music works. This is cool, and this is done by Spilne. You mentioned Guard. I mentioned that in the beginning of 1990s, when we had UT3 as a channel, and when we had 1+1 channel, we had Terminal program, and before that we had Webecker program. This layer of teenage programs always existed in the 1990s, and we were developing because we watched this Terminal at 11 o'clock, because you could see Oasis video that you cannot see it in any other place. Now distribution is easy. You can go to YouTube and see Oasis videos, even those that Oasis haven't seen yet. And we need to be more general, working with those audiences overseas, and for those who continue online education or who want to get educated about Ukraine and in Ukraine, and we need to produce educational content. During COVID, we created a lot of it. Google is using it as school education content, but Spilne can also play the role here and compete. It is not difficult. Some lessons and international school or some state institution, they can even issue certificates. It will raise the status of this. people go to Coursera for the certificate in particular. I don't know if it works in life, but maybe it will be motivation for someone. And the last point I'd like to make, it seems to me that with that audience, those who had to leave and those who stay abroad, we need to have better inclusivity, we need to keep communication, we need to ask them how are they doing, we need to do some surveys for them, we need to do some streams with them, some online streams which should be endless, because we don't understand them well. We understand people who live here, because we're all parents, we're brothers and sisters, but we're people abroad, we don't understand how they live. It is the open feedback system which would help, and also that's the right context for this, but to answer the popular question on financing, once again, I'd like to repeat that every year we discuss this, but I'd like to mention that Suspilne over the last 2 to 3 years made a number of steps in management that we mentioned with property, we were helped and other things, and we will give opportunity to Suspilne to focus on creativity and content and news. And it will be better for all, because commercial activity, economic activity, I remember I was at Suspilne in Lithuania, and I say, where are your 70 offices and office buildings? And they say, we just have this building like this hotel, and they say, well, small country, and we say, this is the inheritance of our former country. It's clear that BBC is stronger, but it works for a longer time, and it is diverse. They have channels, just like us, culture and so on, but it's the issue of using of the right resources.
Якщо казати про, знов-таки, про дитячий, підлітковий цей...
Talk about child and teenage content, it's an important area, but it's an important area working with Ukrainians abroad. Let's look at specialization of working with Ukrainians abroad. If you have plans in this, there can be horizontal cross sections with teenage content, and these can be instruments. The Olympics, in the contact with people there, you can cover Olympics better if you take the comments from people who live there, you can engage them. We have great experience with Eurovision. It became the project uniting people, Ukrainians, here and there, in Ukraine and outside Ukraine. It's the only day after that everyone is fighting, but the experience of Eurovision showed that Suspilne can act as the hub, collecting great product. It is clear that it so happened that Eurovision is Suspilne, but it's great that you can use it. And the last 2 to 3 years, for Ukrainians, it is like great product here. National Final became much more popular because of stand-uppers. When I mention stand-uppers and we're talking about teenagers, this is cringe, guys. Let us have more stand-uppers, because the scoofs are sitting and discussing here. Old guys are sitting and discussing things in the wrong way. Let us have more stand-up comedians, let's scale it up, because this is working theme. It is effective. I suggest that next year we have the panel with the audience, with spectators. Let's have 4 representatives of the audience here, small, medium, and older, and a woman, 55 plus, who buys everything and who buys the advertisement, and so we can do test drive. It will be important for us to understand this better. It's always interesting. On the other hand, there's issues that unfortunately appear in the country for objective reasons. You know, the situation for 2026 is very difficult financially. The arguments always needed. In addition, why it is important and how it influences why Suspilne broadcaster, why public broadcaster, what they do, what others cannot do, what it should do, what others cannot do, and how it can move forward.
Вітаємо креативність завжди Суспільного, і я там підпишусь на це. Я TikTok не люблю, но
We always welcome creative approach of Суспільне.
І там ще як ви працюєте і який там у нас може бути фідбек. Дякую.
Дякую, дуже дякую.
Thank you for this opportunity. Vadim, you wanted to say some remarks. I want to add only a couple of words about audience that is abroad. I hope that our content will produce some effect, but for that, the state has another platform of foreign language broadcasting of Ukraine that get the budget almost that big as we get.
Про реформу цього всього господарства державних теле- і радіокомпаній. Тоді їх було понад 30.
At that time we had some 30 TV radio companies, and according to commitments taken to Council of Europe, were put together and public service broadcast was established, and they decided that foreign language broadcasting was separated, and that's their job. And therefore, Suspilne doesn't have enough effort and budget to do it. But early or later, she'll come to the discussion about summarizing what was a success, what was not a success, what to do with the international component. We are not back in 2014. We have many more Ukrainians abroad with whom we have to maintain connection. We always thought when establishing this foreign language broadcasting that we shall target diaspora, people who live permanently abroad. But now, when there are millions of Ukrainians fleeing the war, living abroad, we should change this format probably and direct more efforts and but some of channels have it, like Inter, but others do not. You can increase it. Well, there are number of others to take it at professional cameras. One of the complaints, maybe not complaints, rather questions, when we meet people who live abroad, with Ukrainians living abroad somewhere in communities. I was in Estonia, for instance, not in big city, but in small villages. We do not, they say, we do not understand what is happening in Ukraine. We don't have Ukrainian news channels. They have their own internal news now. But as regards resources needed for that, of course, more resources should be added and take a more reasonable approach. Thank you very much. I think this problem of parenthood for families living abroad because of the war, what is your opinion? Can the content that we provide be cohesive, that unite people? Could it be universal? For parents who understand the values of unity with Ukraine, for them there is a challenge to find the content that will meet this need. There are problems to find private teacher of Ukrainian language. But that comes from the values that family cherishes. We have the need of this connection. The more we work with parents, the more we formulate the needs of the parents, the more particular advice and tips for them is created, the better. We do not work with organizations of parents living abroad. We focus all resources at supporting families with small children who stayed in Ukraine, but by improving services for them, providing best products for them, it will be good advertisement and stimulus for families that live abroad. They will be willing to come back to Ukraine. But talking about parents, it is rather the need to form this demand and increase the audience of these people. We come to the conclusion of our discussion. I want to summarize. We're thankful for each and every of you for insight. We thank the audience. We have faced a fundamental challenge which is much outside the scope of media industry. All things that we are talking about is not just statistics, they are clear indicators about informational threats, and this is the proof that we cannot allow ourselves to view content for use audience as a secondary importance product. It is strategic. And the role of public service broadcast became critical. It's like an emergency service. It should be rather everyday consumption of products of this or that brand. We can be the media that can consolidate young people and provide young people interesting, relevant, and attractive product. This is investment into the future democracy in development of Ukraine. This is the possibility to educate young children who watch Toto, Collider with their children when they grow and they start developing Ukraine. I thank you all, but before we come to the briefing, I have the pleasure to invite Yulia from Children Broadcasting. She has an announcement. I welcome you all. Thank you for this discussion. It was very interesting and very inspiring. Thank you for your feedback, for your support. We have a lot of plans regarding historic Collider and other projects. As regards Ukrainians abroad, we have already several practical cases working with charity organization. Yesterday in Switzerland, there was a day with Toto. So Ukrainians living in Switzerland were watching these videos, were doing pictures. So Toto, this cartoon hero, is traveling. Thank you very much. I want to make an announcement. Today, yes, Alexander, help me. We worked a lot with Spільноти in the course this year, and quite soon, in the fall, we shall present our children's platform, which is an edition for school audience with the first capital 200 hours of Ukrainian language content that children know from other platforms. I hope they will watch it. Some premieres were broadcast first in Ukrainian. That will be the space for parents without advertisement, without Russian content. We hope very much that this product will be popularized, and in the end we shall show the video.
Улюблені мультики, казки,
Beloved
веселі
cartoons,
пригоди.
songs and fairy tales, now in addition in mobile. Predict, you can get it for free, always without advertisement. Watch, get to know and grow.
Так, отож, чекаємо на велику презентацію.
So, we look forward to the big presentation of your program.
Sorry.
Поки не пішов наш шведський колега, я хочу сказати, що ми невеликою командою Суспільного їздили в Швецію в 2020 році, і також нам показали ваш додаток шведський для дітей. І ми були в захваті. І я спитала керівництво тоді Суспільного, чи можемо ми таке зробити? Вони сказали, та ви що, це треба років 10, у нас немає грошей на це, треба людей відповідних і все. Бачите, пройшло 5 років і у нас з'являється такий додаток. І я дякую шведським колегам, я дякую своїм колегам, що вони впоралися з цим завданням.
Дуже дякую. Дякую всім присутнім, дякую за цю цікаву дискусію. І я маю ще одну приємну несподіванку для вас всіх, сподівано насправді, від організаторів запросити вас на вечерю неформальне спілкування. Дякую усім.